Excellent. We appear to be live. I mean, we're dead inside, you know, but we are live. Online 5? Ah, whatever. We're here. That's the important part. Alright. Right. I forgot to do this morning. That's okay, we're starting a bit early, so we can do a little bit of cleanup. That's what we'll do. God dang it, I'm in the totally wrong. Disoriented. Ah! Hey, Grey Wolf. Hey, Psychotic. Hey, Permeus. Hey, Ventures. Hey, Mind Blast. The hard bird's dying outside. Still working on that. Right, it's not actually here. Hello, Winter. Hello, Rascor. Welcome to Darnassus. So today we'll be going over one of the zones most changed by the Cataclysm. I think right up there with Westfall, really. There's the one. Welcome to the Alliance. The best Alliance, of course. Night Elves. No. A Progue. Ah! There he is. I guess the Barrens does count as fairly changed. I suppose, if we want to count the Barrens. So, Netherweaves are going for 15 gold. What about Frostweaves? 200 gold for Frostweave, really? Alright, we'll get some Netherweaves. Thousand Needles is completely the same. I mean, you could still go down there to the Salt Flats and everything. I don't know what French Toast Crunch is, so I'm going to have to default to the other one, Nicolas. Are we laggy? Nothing on my end. My connection to Twitch is clean, for once. If the whale... I know what French toast is. I don't know what French toast crunch is. It sounds like a form of cereal. Warlock, Venters. You'd be surprised how often I'm asked that question, so I have the answer already prepared. You know, sometimes I wonder at the elves' just casual usage of what is clearly runic magic, which we've already described as a form of Titan, aka arcane magic. It is kind of a neat idea, though, having rune stones that maintain a perpetual portal network kind of a situation. It's a little surprising more people don't do that, actually, in setting, I mean. Right. I keep going to where the flight path... I feel like the flight path should be.
What brings you here?
There we go. Oh, goodness. So today we will be doing the Darkshore. AKA, man, they really should probably do something about that building that's half under the water right there. I'm a little surprised how unaffected Teldrassil in general was by the sundering or shattering. Shattering, that's what they call it. I was just looking that up today. So yeah, that, you can't quite see it, but in that direction is where Auberdine used to be. But why don't more people be massive hypocrites? Just think about how better the world would be. So this is Lor'danel. This is the backup town that they actually built in the past couple of months.
Peace be with you.
Did the Sentinels send you? Oh, thank Elune. We need everyone we can get.
Elune light your path.
It's too late for Laird. He didn't make it in time. The last wave of Night Elves from Auberdine attempted to escape a couple of hours ago. They stayed in their old homes, clinging to the hope that it could be salvaged, but it seems they were finally forced out. I fear many of them won't make it, like Laird did not. Quickly, go down to the coastway and find any survivors you can. We're sending sentinels and hippogriffs down, but every moment counts. We need to know which ones might make it.
Goddess watch over you.
You might wonder, who's Laird? Well, that's Laird. Right there. So the vast majority of the actual NPCs that were in Auberdine are present here as part of these storylines. I have to admit, this is one of the earlier quests that I did in Cataclysm, on my Worgen, actually. And while I was going through here, I was actually really impressed. I had to look up a few things, but I was really impressed by just how much research they did beforehand. And this is going to be a recurring trend throughout Cataclysm in general, by the way, in the 1 through 60 experience, because a lot of the zones that are changed, or significantly changed, are changed in a way that takes into account vanilla. You know what I mean? They'd actually take the NPCs and whatnot from vanilla and reuse them or recur them and have their stories continue, even if only in a very minor fashion. So basically all the NPCs we're going to be interacting with here are ones who were from Auberdine back in vanilla. But for the most part, you probably wouldn't even know that unless you actually either knew the names well enough, which admittedly I only knew a couple, or you look it up. And there are several zones that do this throughout the experience.
Hello.
Legion's doing that too, to an extent, by the way. Some of the survivors of this last Auberdine attack are still trying to make it up the coast to safety. We only got word that they were coming within the last hour. I wish we had more warning. The coastline west of us is swarming with vile spray, vicious little water elementals. We need to clear them out so the survivors have a chance to make it to Lor'danel. Depart immediately. Kill every elemental you see.
Del Nadris.
Hey, Django. So yeah, as usual, the trend of the water elementals, the elementals in general are a mess. Continues. So I've discovered something. I used to have an add-on which helped me to keep track of things, like my balance bar. But with so few add-ons up, this thing right here is actually pretty good about keeping track of where I am. So, good job, Blizzard. That's actually some nice UI stuff. Well, yeah, no kidding, Raskor. As I've pointed out, some people tend to just kind of forget the fact that the entire planet is literally on the verge of breaking in half right now. Literally, on the... Hello. Right, we're in a quiet zone. We need to turn the music up a little bit. His body lies motionless. As you begin to move away, a hand reaches out and grabs your ankle. He's alive! Oh, thank God. But where's Grimclaw? Oh, no. I remember, you know. Not really, Venters. I mean, I discussed Sulfuron and the Thunder Fury, but... Don't forget when they invented Eclipse, Permeus, if we're counting that. What are they doing to it in Legion? Actually, just whisper it to me, Permeus, if you don't mind. So other people are not spoiled. So yeah, Lor'danel is a fairly recent establishment up there. But, yeah. Which one, Leander? The one I'm playing now, who doesn't actually exist in lore? Or the one I played actually in the game, whose name was, well, Dalmon's body looks almost peaceful, buried slightly in the sand. I'm sorry, Redix. And here's Barethus Moonshade. As you turn his limp body over on the water, a brutal injury on his head makes it apparent why he did not make it. It's okay, there's a living one up here. Hey. Gashar rolls on his side to look at you as you approach, and you see a hopeful smile creep onto his face. Ah, Gashar, Dentaria will be so happy to see you alive. I'll take him back to the priestess. Thank you for your kindness. Ah. And yeah, we probably should have discussed Valinor and Shadowmourne, and honestly, it just kind of spaced. There's not much to discuss with Valinor, though. I did talk about Atish briefly. Elendia's body bobs gently in the surf. It appears she's been dead for some time. Good morning, call me Fives. Thoradol. No. I don't think we even mentioned Thoradol. We didn't really talk about the Blades of Azzinoth either. Actually, that's a lie. We did talk about the Blades of Azzinoth. What little there was to talk about. Call me one of the only people who thinks this way of Enters, but I like it. I think it's a better designed philosophy overall. A whisper escapes her throat as you approach. Help, please. Shadlin! I will see to it she has returned safely. Thank you, hero. So this is what it likes to feel mortal. The question trails off as Mavrilin's breathing stops. See what Tyranthus. His eyes stare unblinking into the distance, betraying the sorrow of his last moments. He was the one who... His wife had been turned into an undead by the events of Amanthul, or however the heck you say that. Armarthul, something like that. And, yeah. He was the one who, once you completed his quest, just stayed there in grief the entire time. I didn't actually answer Leander's question, did I? Sorry. Hang on. First, let's see what Gwyneth is... The Night Elf turns to approach you and reaches out for your hand. It's too late for me. We earned our fate without pride. Go. Others have made it. Save any that you can. Her grip loosens as life slips from her. Also, nice little note. Note that the music playing here is actually the theme for the Twilight's Hammer cult. It's a take on it, but it is the Twilight Hammer theme. Very appropriate. As you approach your Sorrel and grasp her breath, he looks to stand a chance if rescued soon. I'll get him back to Lor'danel. Thank you for your help, stranger. Yeah, it's what, someone asked me the other day who the Twilight's Hammer is, and I was like, they're the villains of, like, the first several expansions, technically, depending on how you define that. They've been around for a while. They are pretty much wiped out as of the end of Kata, though. Those that remain of the Twilight's Hammer are splinter groups and cells. The actual Twilight's Hammer cult is basically non-existent. To answer Leander's question, Frozen is actually a night elf who... I'm trying to remember exactly how I reasoned this out. She was relatively young compared to the other night elves. I remember that. I can't remember. It's been a while. That character hasn't existed for a while. Because I lost that account.
How may I help?
Your efforts are very much appreciated. Since the cataclysm, the elementals have been out of control. We have little hope of taking back Auberdine without extinguishing their presence first.
Good luck, friend.
Well, yeah, there should be Gilneans here. I mean, for crying out loud. This is effectively your second zone you go to as a Worgen. Priestess, I am to bring word that there are more survivors incoming. They have done everything they can to sift through the ones that are still alive. Please send any help you can. Understood, Sentinel. Return to the beach and aid them in bringing back any that are alive. Yes, I did, Raskar.
What brings you here?
Thank you, Druid. Some of them surely would not have made it without you. We'll be taking the wounded to the main building once we have them safely back in town. Maybe you can meet us there later.
Go in peace. Greetings.
It is good to see you. You were key in ensuring our loved ones made it home, and I hold some hope you may yet help us further. Like Laird, their wounds will be grave, every one of them battered by the coast and assaulted by the elementals. I'm doing what I can, but it seems those elementals hosted a toxin that is weakening their ability to heal. I believe I can concoct a salve, but I will need a secretion from the muscles of clams. Can you help me?
May the stars
I
guide
certainly
you.
can, but why would elementals have poison or toxin in them? That's not the kind of thing that happens naturally.
Hey!
Greetings. Of course this guy survived.
I'm helping Tharnian here try to unravel what's been corrupting the wildlife in the area. I've set up some machines in the field that can analyze animal parts and possible corruption agents. If you can get me some good samples, we can get to the bottom of this affliction quickly. The first machine is Buzzbox 413. I set it up on the beach just east of town. I'll need you to gather some flesh from the nearby corrupted tide crawlers and bring it to the machine so I can analyze it.
You have a great day now.
I hated those quests in vanilla, I just like to say. But yes, he's finally found a worthwhile use for his buzz boxes. There was a quest in... I suppose I keep forgetting that some of my viewers haven't actually played this game. There's a quest in vanilla where you helped him set up these buzz boxes, which were basically radio transceivers and receivers, so that he could interact with and talk to people on the other side. And it was a pain in the ass to actually do the quest. But, hey, at least it was worth it. Hey, we're not killing... Okay, we probably are killing these crabs. Yeah, the buzz boxes made you go all over the place in this terrible, terrible zone. Don't mistake me, there was some good story in this zone. There really was. But questing here, gameplay-wise, was quite a bit of a pain for me. It's one of the reasons why as soon as my Night Elves finished Teldrassil, I would almost universally head to Westfall or to Loch Modan. And just get the hell out of here. Ashenvale, I don't remember too fondly either. Oh, right. I suppose I'll talk about the Twilight's Hammer briefly here. So, the Twilight's Hammer, ironically, was never a powerful military force, if you know what I mean. They have the ability to be a strong military, especially given how many forces overall are loyal to them. I mean, they actually have a lot that they can draw off of, relatively speaking. But the actual Twilight's Hammer cult themselves, that was never their strength. That's one of the reasons why, ironically, Cataclysm was their greatest mistake. See, the Twilight's Hammer had infiltrated every organization at basically every level, and were incredibly influential, and for all intents and purposes controlled half of the planet, at least in the level of influence that they had. They had tons of money, they had tons of resources, and again, they could affect global politics. Again, I stress that it is the Twilight's Hammer that actually caused the war between the Horde and the Alliance to get full tilt. The two were already, like, pretty bad, but they were moving for peace. Underwater selfie. Yeah. They were moving for trying to do peace, and then the Twilight's Hammer, the Horde and the Alliance were moving for peace, and then the Twilight's Hammer stepped in and was like, no, 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 and manipulated both sides into thinking the other were just unremittent bastards. In fact, the Twilight's Hammer are directly responsible for Cairn finally trying to kill Garrosh, which is both a good and an incredibly terrible thing. Whoops, that was not a crab. Anyways, but like I said, in Cataclysm, they did something that was, ironically, kind of a mistake. They came out into the open. The Twilight's Hammer's big power was they were basically a spy network. They were a hidden organization that was infiltrating, right? But when they came out into the open, they lost most of that power. Like, only a few small numbers of them actually stayed infiltrating throughout the world. And so many of them came out and were like, we are now out in the open. And they got their butts kicked because they were never intended to be an open and obvious force like that. And so by the end of Cataclysm, we've basically wiped out the Twilight's Hammer because they came after us. Now, in fairness, it is worth noting that they came out into the open for a reason. The whole purpose there being to destroy the world and to finally actually do what their entire purpose was. So it makes sense. And it's just funny to me because it's very self-defeating, if you know what I mean. If they had any goal in mind other than destroy the world, they might have been able to be a massive, powerful organization, politically, economically, militarily. They could have governed the fate of everything and controlled the world, but they didn't want to. They just wanted to destroy the world. So for them, there was no reason to hold on to that political power. They just abandoned it and were like, yep, time to go destroy the world. And of course they had Ashara and the Naga on their side, and they had 2 of the Elemental Lords on their side, and a few other smaller factions were all working with them during the Cataclysm as well. Well, actually, I mentioned them because the Twilight's Hammer are somewhat relevant to this zone, especially when it comes to the Naga, who are actually very relevant in this zone, but we'll get there. Alright. The machine crackles loudly, and then Whizbang's static-ridden voice becomes audible.
Lovely. I hope you didn't kill too many of them. We're not trying to wipe out the population. We just need to get to the source of the corruption quickly. I'm proceeding the analysis now. Interesting. The source of this corruption definitely came from something external. No surprise there. But it appears that this case they've been eating something foul. A large mammal, maybe. Most likely a bear. Search the bear near... search the beast near for a bear carcass for me.
In response to Zawun's question, that's a good damn question. To my knowledge, we've never actually had any on-screen showings of the members of the Cult of the Damned who, were let go. So I suppose the best answer I could give you is, because I don't. Yes, we're going to deliver the message to Auberdine. Damn it. There we go. Don't worry, that message will get there, definitely. There we go. We found a foul bear carcass. I actually don't know, Nothrism, unfortunately. I know that Blizzard has changed their overall free month policies, and I know that because a few of my friends have had issues with that. The way it used to work, you buy any expansion, bam, 30 free days, just comes with it. But that's not true anymore. In fact, in several cases, I've been like, oh, if you just get this, it's like $10. And they're like, oh, cool, and they bought it, and no free 30 days came with it. So, I don't know what the policy is at this point in time if you buy Warlords. Sorry. Anyways, like I said, Zoan Joker, we don't know actually what happened when it comes to when it comes to the Cult of the Damned who were released. There you go. There's your reading. Foul bear carcass sample. Quest item. Unique. I can keep going if you like.
Salutations! Welcome back. Did you find that bear sample we were looking for? This definitely looks like the stuff they were eating. Let me take a closer peek. Oh, there are a couple forms of wildlife we've verified are infected. It's actually good news that crabs appear to have caught this from the bears. Hopefully that means all stem from one source. We need to focus our attention on the bears now. We've got Buzzbox 723 near the waterfall to the east. It's going to be messy work, but it's necessary. I'll need you to bring me some fresh bear guts. Oh, goody.
Daylight's burning.
I don't think I have those items, Darker, to do that.
Goddess bless you.
Did you bring back the mussels from the clams? I'm worried our time grows short. Ah, this will do perfectly. Thank you so much. I suspect they'll want to thank you personally should they recover. Maybe you should stop by later on.
Asha Fela.
I do have gammon. Yeah, I absolutely have gammon. I don't know what it's called. Unless it's just called Gammon's Garb. There it is right there. Okay, so there's Gammon's Garb.
I, Gammon, will save us.
Yes, it was. Call me fives. All of the quests in this place were pretty rare drops. Of course, that's true across most of vanilla in general. What else do I have? Maybe this? No. No. I do have Millhouse. Yes. There it is. Monostorm's duplicator,
I'm gonna light you up, sweet cheeks.
as you can see. Yes, I do remember that, Psychotic. I remember being part of a raid group trying to bring him down. For reference, we failed. I'm serious. We failed to bring him down. Of course, for those of you who aren't fully aware, he was buffed to Cataclysm levels before Cataclysm actually came out. So we were level 80, and he was level 85. And a raid boss on top of that. So, yeah. It was like a two-for-one punch. I have to admit, it took me a while to get the achievement for, Actually, I don't think I ever got the... It took me a while to have a raid where he lived through the fight. Aww. Aww. That reminds me, who here likes dogs? Alright, let's get rid of this. Wow. The Horde really made short work of them, huh? That used to be the site of the Dark Strand cult, which was actually a part of the Twilight's Hammer. Seriously. They're all dead now. But, yeah. Alright, hang on. I have a puppy picture for you guys. There you go. I'll let you react to that before I talk about the Dark Strand. There we go. Apparently that poor puppy wasn't quite sure what to make. That's a line, by the way, if you can't tell what he's trying to eat there. He wasn't quite sure what to make of the taste of lime. I really do wonder what bear tastes like. I mean, we keep getting all this bear meat. You'd think it'd be really tough and kind of tasteless, but I don't know. Of course, I tend to prefer very, very lean meat, so maybe? I mean, I don't know. I still want to taste orangutan someday. Hashtag other players, guys. Hashtag other players. Hey, FM Nito, what's up? I haven't had duck in a really long time. In fact, I think I've only had duck the one time. I remember not actually liking it that much. Go away, bear cub. FM Nito, excuse me. Yeah, the guts drop is not 100%. Oh, God. Well, I haven't eaten horse either, that I'm aware of, so... Alright. The results are coming in now. We should have some information on how the bears have contracted this in just a moment. Duskrats. They've been eating duskrats. Those little buggers only come from one place. A cave against the cliff face to the east. Find a path up there and look for an opening. The duskrats are either getting into something nasty or someone's intentionally spreading an agent through them. In either case, bring me back samples. Killed bear. Just because... But what does pony taste like? Well, if that's true, then I love the taste of horse. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Damn it. Ah, the perils of not being able to fly yet. So, the Dark Strand cult is actually, okay. So, there's this gentleman named Athricus. Hang on, I put his name over here. Athricus, I was actually right. There's this guy over here named Athricus. He was actually a night elf, one of the Highborn, who was one of the loyal regent lords of Queen Ashara, right? We'll talk a little bit more about why he's a terrible, terrible person later. But for the moment, the only thing you need to be aware of is the fact that he was the one who was in charge of the Dark Strand cult and loyal to the Twilight's Hammer. Now you might think, well, hang on. Why is someone who is loyal to Ashara loyal to the Twilight's Hammer? Try to keep in mind, the Twilight's Hammer is ultimately loyal to the Old Gods, and at this point in time, so is Ashara. It's another reason why the Twilight's Hammer was so pervasive of an enemy, at least until they decided to come out into the open.
Elune be with you.
I rushed here as soon as I heard the news from Whizbang. I know who's behind this mess now. Zen Falhoof. He came over from Teldrassil and was chased out for performing perverse magics. The kind of corruption he employs are not welcome among my people, and it seems he's taken a step further this time, perhaps as a form of revenge. He's been given too many chances. It's time we remove this threat to all that is natural. Remember this guy, by the way? He was the one who asked us to gather reagents for him, and then we ended up cursing him as a frog form.
Be careful.
Well, it appears we were trying to be fair and lenient with this satyr for some reason. And now we're just going to kill him. Unicorn. I wonder what unicorn blood tastes like. Anyways. Hello, Cranky. What do you mean cast times? Hang on. There we go. Interesting. An apothecary. A crude, hastily assembled apothecary's workbench stands here, heaped with scrawled notes and noxious brews. It looks as though the Forsaken have been studying Falhoof's handiwork. You grab the most important looking notes and prepare to smash the laboratory before notifying Tree Tender of your discovery. No, Nothrazim. I mean, yes, totally. That's exactly what I want, is to live forever in eternal torment. There's nothing I want more than that. I tell you what. Athricus was someone who was put in charge of this entire region by Queen Ashara. And, well, after the Sundering hit, this zone was actually hit very, very badly. Pretty much all of the city was destroyed as a result of that. Most of the ruins here are pretty much how things looked back in the day, if you follow. I'll let him get... Or he doesn't want it. Okay, that's fine. Hey, Dakota. So, with the zone so horribly destroyed and with everything causing so many issues, this one night elf came forward and said, "Fear not, brethren, children, women, sisters, brothers, you will all be saved. Those around you may die, but you will be protected from the destruction that will reap upon all around you. All you have to do is accept my boon." And so what he did was he basically turned them into a form of Type 2 undead, and then bound their spirits to himself so he could basically subsist off of their spirits for a very long period of time. So he converted them all to Type 2 undead through a rather unpleasant ritual, and then would go periodically go out, grab one soul, one of the undead, force it into a soul gem, and then pocket it, and that would give him another, century or two of life. And he just kept doing this over the last 10,000 years. That's the guy in charge of the Dark Strand cult, and also member of the Twilight's Hammer. Yeah. It's so understandable why the Night Elves took his bargain, though, especially since they had no idea what they were agreeing to. Because they were in such a state of outright shock and terror that they were literally not what we would call... Oh, there's a term for that. I can't think of the word all of a sudden. There's a term for not being in the right of mind, where you're literally not considered liable for your own mentality, or your own thoughts, your own actions, because you're so gone, either from duress or from being forced into doing something. It's the same equivalent as, like, if you have someone has a gun to your head and forces you to do something, legally you're not actually liable for what you do because someone has a gun to your head. So they were in such a state of mind that they were basically not cognitive. And it's kind of understandable why. I mean, imagine yet tomorrow, the world cracks into and you're literally left clinging to the ground, terrified and alone and scared. And someone walks up and says, "I've got an answer, don't worry. I got your back." Yeah. The apothecary's notes are scribbled in cramped hand with complex alchemical formulas interspersed amongst childlike doodles of skulls and lightning bolts. Squinting, you can make out parts of recent passages. Most magnificent corruption, embedding itself deep within the tissue. Extremely contagious when a food chain. Today's tests confirm it is only partially biological in origin. Foul of companion, preoccupied with vengeance and blind to the more constructive applications of... Research progresses slowly. Hope my companions at Althalaxx fare better. Hey, Chemic. Hope the model's going well. Hey, we found a key, guys. This key appears to be from one of the animal cages. Oh. Thanarium would surely appreciate if you took advantage of the situation and freed them. Yeah, no kidding. I'm not going to leave a wild animal in a cage to slowly starve. That's really, really, really horrible. Can you imagine what it feels like to starve to death? To go days without food or water? The other interesting thing about Darkshore, so some people are like, why is Darkshore such a horrible place that the... Oh, hey, remember me? Yeah, you're dead now. Thanks. Thanks for all the fun. And the fish. Anyway, so, the reason that, okay, so Darkshore has been despised culturally by the Night Elves for basically 10,000 years. In fact, Auberdine is a relatively recent expansion into the Darkshore area because of the fact that the Night Elves have had such a long-standing, let's call it a superstition, I think is the best word. No, that isn't quite fair. Ugh, yawn. They don't want to be here. They don't like being here. And you might be like, oh, well, they're just superstitious, which is why I corrected myself. That's not actually an accurate term. It'd be more accurate to say that this place is quite literally cursed. For two big reasons, actually. Number one is what I actually already told you, the massive numbers of undead who used to be the denizens of the city who are left here as part of his life. So the entire area has always had this drooping fog of death just kind of hanging all over it, and has been a very unpleasant place to be in. The second reason is there's actually an entire old god troop thing in the southern area. We'll actually be going there and interacting with it. Now, that has actually been retconned, by the way, as a quick aside. It was implied or stated outright, I forget which, to be completely honest with you, back in Vanilla, that that was actually a corpse of an old god. And it isn't. It wasn't actually an old god. It was a minion of an old god. Nevertheless, that's just, that only makes it slightly less terrible. And so yeah, so we've got lots and lots of dead ghosts who are haunting the area forever, and a very large minion of an old god. Although you think that's bad, there's an even bigger one in Desolus, which people tend to forget is even there. Did I? Yes, I did. Excellent.
Greetings. Elune Adore.
Yeah, I don't know why spiders just kind of exploded from the ground there, and to be honest, I'm not sure I want to know why spiders just exploded from the ground there. It's not something I want to think about, really.
Be careful.
Just la-da-da-da-da-da, spider bomb. It's okay, I've got something for that. It's called a firebomb, and napalm, and nuclear weapons. Anyways,
How may I help?
actually, let's talk to him first.
Greetings.
Do you get the stuff? The sooner I can start working on a cure, the more animals we can save. This should be plenty. Thanks so much. I'll get to work on the cure for this nastiness immediately.
Be seeing you.
I also feel like pointing out that this is a gnome who is interested in trying to heal the environment. Which I just point out because some people have this weird preconception that gnomes are all, you know,
destroy the environment. Wipe out everything.
which is not true.
Ishnu Allah.
It is done then, thank you. I only hope that the wildlife here will find more peace with his passing.
Till next we meet. What brings you here?
What's this? You found something else in the cave? So the Forsaken have been studying Falhoof's work. My gut crawls at the thought of what they might have done, or were they able to weaponize his corruption. You've done well to destroy their work, but this raises deeper concerns. What are the Forsaken? What brought the Forsaken to our doorstep? Are they working with the Shadowspear trolls to the north? Sorrows upon sorrows, Druid. I'm glad you're here.
Goddess, watch over you.
Yes, Night Elf? I'm pleased to hear you were able to free some of the remaining wildlife. With a bit of good fortune, we'll find the cure, and the others faced before more of them die.
Alone light your path.
But first... What, Prog? What'd I do? Yeah, let's get a picture with Mr. Crank Toggle here. There we go. Right, we actually have a talent point. Let's see... Total garbage. Yeah. Obvious choice. Hey, G-Juice. Remember to take the pills when you need them.
I am honored.
It is times like these that we are forced to stop and examine our way of life. We are mortal now, no matter how much we desire otherwise. And we will stay so, because the writers have insisted it be so, for whatever reason. We are deserving of our new place in this world. Bashal'Aran, down the road to the south, was once a city of our ancestors. It is now home to their cursed ghosts. We held hope of salvation for them as ourselves, but we have left them in torment for too long. It is time to extinguish the final flame of Bashal'Aran.
Farewell.
What, I was staying in character, Brogue?
Hello.
Please help. I can barely sit up. My friend, a bear named Grimclaw. He's not here. I sent him ahead to let the sentinels know we were coming before we left, but he never arrived. I said something might be amiss as we were leaving, but with the evacuation I never had a chance to act on it. If he's injured, there's only one place he would go. The Withering Thicket, north of Auberdine. Bring him back safely. He's my only family.
Goodbye. Can I assist you?
Yep, this guy. I would like to extend my gratitude for saving us. I would call myself fortunate, but my beloved Anaya stays long dead. I am alone and deeply troubled, and sadly I require your aid yet again. Wandering the woods of Darkshore after my rescue, I found myself in the ruins of Bashal'Aran, where I saw the haunted spirit of my beloved. She must be freed, but I lack the heart to do it. That spirit must be destroyed.
Good luck, friend.
Technically, this is a repeat quest, since we actually already did this back in vanilla. But whatever. I like how the
What's your
warlock
story?
trainer and the mage
What's your
trainer
story?
are both Gilneans. Gilneans for Gilneas, am I right? Or Gilneas for Gilneans? I forget how that goes. Whatever. Like I said, I really liked the story of Darkshore back in the day. Hated questing here, though. Some good story stuff. Spirits usually have, I say usually, have enough of a tangible presence, if they are physically manifested, like these ones will be, to be physically hurt. By physical means. Physical. Huh. I remember seeing those things before. Kind of down in Silithus. Also, pay no attention to the giant tornado. We'll get there. Oh, hey, there's a campment out here. I'll just kind of float in. Let's see what's going on here. So we've got sharp edges, kind of a gothic look to the architecture. Lots of dragon heads for some reason. Weird. And weird purpley artifacts. Weird scaled things. And there's a hammer all over the place. Oh, well, I'm sure it's nothing. Hey, you. What are you doing? Get up.
I am honored.
Do not worry about me. My wounds are deep and my death will soon come to me. It is all up to you now. You must stomp the Twilight's hammer. The old gods they worship have granted them power over the restless water spirits, but that power is tenuous. Channel Illune's presence through this orb. Once the elementals have been defeated, use the power to banish the spirits permanently.
May the stars guide you.
So, interesting little point of note here. Stop mind flaying me. God. Or is this it? Is this it? I am Nicholas as soon as I remember where it is. Anyway, so this is actually a little bit of foreshadowing, believe it or not. This kind of is something that will come back all the way later in Vashir, aka the idea that the that the water elementals in general are not actually on the side of the Twilight's hammer. They have to be bound and forced into doing their bidding. I'm not sure, Zoan. Legitimately, I'm not sure. The old, whatever, one of the viewers postulated a theory the other day, and that theory basically was that the old gods don't actually have any long-term plans, that they're just acting, that they're just, you know, instinctually doing. And I gotta be honest, that actually sounds really, really logical to me in hindsight. So... Because so many of their actions are seemingly self-contradictory. You know? Unless they literally want to die themselves. But if they did, there's other ways to accomplish that. So it's just... I don't know. Oh, that's right. He just said mortal. I didn't even notice that. Mortal. Well, we'll keep that in the back pocket there for a moment. So I have to admit, even though I understand mathematically that Starfire is actually really good DPS and whatnot, I hate casting Starfire. Something about it just bothered me. It's the same problem I had with Warlock once upon a time, where Shadow Bolt was like the slowest casting spell. The idea of just being like... there we go. You know, that whole long casting time thing has never been a playstyle I enjoy, is what I'm trying to say. So... I've had issues playing Boomkins in the past. Yes, FM Nito, that is not actually, that's not an add-on. That's actually built into the game now. And yeah, considering the Old Gods' obvious association with the Void, it's entirely possible they just go back to the Void, similar to how demons go back to the Nether or whatnot.
Ishnu Daldiek.
You've succeeded. That hasn't all been in vain. My time is approaching. Go now. May Elune protect you.
Go in peace.
There it is. I do have the patient title. Right there. There we go. Leaf Song, the Patient. So here's how the pendulum thing works, okay? So this is my Eclipse bar. When I'm at the 0, it functions at 0. There's no... Basically, my abilities are all the same as they normally be. Which is basically, I'm functioning at 50% capacity. So imagine everything I'm doing is basically at roughly half damage of what I should be doing. As it slowly makes its way over to this side, my lunar abilities, which are my arcane damage, do more damage. So Moonfire and Starfire both start doing more and more arcane damage as I get to the other thing. So what you want to do is you want to time your casts just so that your big spells are going off when you're as far over to the arcane as you can. Once you get to that point, you have an eclipse actually happening, a lunar eclipse. A lunar eclipse shifts things around. It gives you... it buffs your next Moonfire. It does a few other things. I forget the exact number of things. But basically, it buffs you in several ways and gives you a rather big spell hit. And you can get another spellfire damage thing, you know, all sorts of stuff like that. And then it starts going over to the other side. This is the sun side of things, where it buffs your nature damage, which buffs your wrath, first of all. But second of all, it actually converts your Moonfire into Sunfire, which now does nature damage instead of arcane damage. And then once it gets to the far end, you have a solar eclipse, which gives you the same buffs as the other side, except for nature instead of arcane. And so managing your spell cast as you go back and forth is key to optimizing your actual DPS output, at least when you're at raid level and whatnot.
What brings you here?
I have come to Bashal'Aran to grant peace to the troubled spirits of the Highborn, but I find my hand hesitates with each blow. If you would aid me, you would have my gratitude.
Goddess watch over you.
Okay, I suppose I could do that. Druids have changed the way they play fundamentally several times. Several times, actually. Yeah, the Spellstorm damage, like I said, at each side you get the buff to the Spellstorm damage. I don't even have that spell yet. Here, I'll go and show you where it is. Where do I get that? When do I get that spell? I already have that spell. Oh my god, why is this not on my bar? This needs to be here. So this is a Spellstorm damage, Star Surge. It instantly calls Spellstorm damage. Now you might be like, what the hell is Spellstorm damage? Spellstorm damage basically does both damage types. So if you get a buff to arcane damage, it is buffed by arcane damage. If you have a buff to nature damage, it's buffed by nature damage. If under some weird circumstances you are buffing both nature and arcane, then it actually takes both buffs into account. Similarly, if you're fighting something that is immune to one of the damage types, normally it will still go through, depending. That's actually not 100%. Furthermore, if something is weak to one of the damage types, that's the damage type that it'll usually go through. And as you can see, it is buffed by going to one side or the other. Now it has 3 charges, as you can see here, even though it actually still has a mana cost, which is funny. Do I not have... Hang on just a second. Okay, that's what I thought. 3 charges. Now those charges are renewed by hitting one of the Eclipse. Also, whenever you cast this, if you're... And yeah, that's a good point too. If you're locked out, if you get interrupted on a spellstorm, you get locked out of both schools, which kind of sucks. Anyways, the final thing is if you happen to be on the arcane side of things, it buffs the damage of your next 2 starfires. If you happen to be on the nature side of things, it buffs your next 3 wraths. So weaving Star Surge in between your starfires, your wraths, and maintaining your dot from your moonfire and your sunfire is pretty much what your rotation boils down to as a balanced druid. You'll notice I'm just moonfiring because I'm killing random overworld trash. And this way I can do this mobily. I also have heirloom gear that allows me to do that. So, hello, Brigwin. It used to be Takoida. To my knowledge, it isn't a thing anymore. I don't believe there's anything in the game still that actually allows you to do that. So Pandaria added a new gameplay mechanic that I'll point out when I get there. But in Pandaria, this water would actually be pushing me forward, basically. Oh god. Oh god. Yes, I do, is it one Joker?
Elune be with you. Asha Fela.
So, this is another way to showcase just how badly Bashal'Aran was actually destroyed by the Sundering. Parts of the city are down here. Really, I feel that just speaks for itself. Also, mortal. So, I just want to point this out really quick. That's a demon hunter. One of the only demon hunters in the game, actually. At least until Legion. I did my timing. See, I should have cast Star Surge, then Starfire. Getting the timing right on this rotation is something I've never actually been good at, I'll freely admit. What do we just find? These scrolls are vague and appear to be a piece of a much larger puzzle. But if you're not mistaken, they seem to reveal the steps on the path to becoming a demon hunter! I can make a demon hunter, guys! In a few months. The dark oaths and rituals necessary for becoming a demon hunter are frowned on by most of the Night Elves. So this is something they would be very interested in keeping quiet. But I don't want to keep them quiet. Can I please be a demon hunter? Please?
I am honored. Elune light your path.
No? Okay. Sniffle, sniffle. Probably Takoida. I mean, he's a demon hunter, and demon hunters are pretty much universally reviled by Night Elves. I have been asked that many, many, many times, yes, Nito. But it's okay. I understand. Not everyone can be here for this massive lore run. My favorite class to play as is Warrior. And since the next question is usually why, I've been playing a Warrior since Alpha. So 11, 12-ish, however many years it's been at this point. I'm really, really used to it. It just fits in my brain. And I can do it. You know, it works perfectly for me, the gameplay style. Furthermore, I prefer melee classes in general in just about all gameplay styles, so being able to be up there in something's face is my preference. So. I can't wait till Demonology can't metamorphosize anymore. That's going to be great. Don't worry, I'll kill plenty of orcs. They just won't be of the Horde, I don't think. Because we don't really start fighting the Horde until we get to Ashenvale. Which which might not even happen today, actually. Yeah, once upon a time I leaned towards mage types. It was actually a long time ago. We're talking like mid-late 90s. I used to be primarily a mage. And somewhere along the line, I just started enjoying melee more. And it got to the point where I just started preferring melee. And I'd go back to older games that I had played as a mage, and I would start playing them as melees, and I would enjoy the melee more. And it's like, oh, okay. A good example of that is actually Asheron's Call, my first major MMO, where my main for an extremely long period of time was a mage, and I was pretty good at her. Merlene, actually, that's where that name comes from. But sometime later, I went back and started playing melee-specific classes and just ended up loving the crap out of it in Asheron's Call. So, shrug, you know. I've never really been archer type. Archer or rogue has never been a thing that I've really been. Mage type, sure. Fighter type, sure. Never really been a mage type. Honestly, I think the only mage type I've ever actually really... Or, excuse me, mage type, wow, I'm stupid. The only rogue/archer type I've ever really gotten that much into is actually hunter, in WoW, specifically. Which, of course, I've been quite a bit of in BC. I'll take her pendant there. It could be a Tequid, I don't know. On the same, in the same line of thought, though, for example, using WoW as an example, I don't really enjoy playing Boomkin that much, but I love playing a Frost Mage. You know, I absolutely adore playing on my mage. I also have enjoyed Warlock at several points in history, and I really enjoyed Shadow Priest at a few points in history, too. So I don't know. Oh. Oh, God. I shall not complain about my back pain, neck pain again, I swear. I've been putting serious thoughts into hitting the grocery store and buying a heat pack and just sitting here while doing the Lorerun with a heat pack on my neck. See if that helps, you know? Okay, where's the flame? Should be right around here, actually. Buff classes. I actually have been wanting... So there's two types of classes that I say I enjoy, but I can't really say that. It's more like I enjoy the idea of it, because there are very few games that let you play as a pure support role. There are games that let you do that, but not many of them. I've played a pure support in Guild Wars 1. I've also played the opposite of a pure support. I've played the one character who has 3 party members in Guild Wars 1, and they're all buffing you. And so I've been playing, you know, the Engine of Death as a result of having those buffing you. But anyway, so I've played pure support in Guild Wars 1 and in Asheron's Call. And I think that's kind of it. I'm not sure I've really ever had another game where I've been able to play that as. I also like very heavy pet classes. Warlock and Hunter, as I just mentioned, but also that's a thing in a few other games as well. Oh, how is aggro determined in WoW? So there's basically, it's actually really simple. There's some bosses have unique aggro mechanics, but I'm leaving those off the side because that doesn't really matter for this. So any given enemy, as long as it is engaged with a target, so in other words, if I'm standing right here and he's standing right here, he grabs an enemy. If I'm not part of the fight, I can do whatever I want and I won't generate aggro. But as soon as the pulse aggro pulls me into the combat, anything I do will be taken into account in his aggro table, right? Every action you do generates an amount of aggro, pretty much linearly. It's actually very one-to-one. If you don't know what I mean by that, you know, 1 point of healing usually generates 1 point of aggro, 1 point of damage usually generates 1 point of aggro, that kind of a thing. It's not completely linear, I am exaggerating, but it is very close to an actual one-to-one convergence. Now, there used to be a 110% thing. I'm not actually sure the 110% thing still exists. That was a really important thing back in BC. The 110% thing is anything that's right next to the enemy generated additional aggro, just for being there. Doesn't matter what you are. It was an old way for them to make tanks be able to generate more aggro, but it was a real hassle for melee classes, because melee classes had to watch their aggro much, much more, rather than just, oh god, you know, trying desperately to keep up with it. So rogues pulling aggro back in vanilla and BC was actually a real serious problem that we had. Anyways, nowadays I don't know if that actually exists because oh god, yeah, run away, oh god, run away, don't aggro me, oh god, why? Excuse me. Nowadays, tanks have modifiers. So it used to be certain abilities specifically generated increased amount of threat. The old Sunder, of course, comes to mind. Nowadays, just being in tank stats generates a huge amount of aggro, usually 4 times. The idea being that a tank is doing maybe half or so of the damage of a properly geared DPS, on average, of course. So if a tank knows what they're doing, they are generating something along the lines of 8 times, or no, I'm doing the math wrong. That would be 2 times the overall aggro generation of a DPS class. And so that's the tank's job. They sit up there and they anything they do, no matter what they're doing, it's just quadrupled the amount of threat they're generating. So that's how aggro is generated. Any lore about the whirlpool? That's actually yes and no. Basically, there's not much to speak of here. So this river that's running through here and just the cracked terrain in general, what happened when the sundering hit is this whole area just kind of got ripped apart just a little bit. And as I mentioned, you notice how we were going through the ruins of Bashal'Aran down there, or Bashal'Aran, while we were down there. So what happened is some of those ruins were the ruins that had been shoved underneath the earth 10,000 years ago when the sundering happened. When the shattering happened, with that opening, all of a sudden those ruins were exposed. But of course, because of the water that was flooding in, all of a sudden this river was created. So that river didn't used to be a river for like probably just a minute or two. It was just this chasm. Yes, the chasm. But then the water came in and started flooding in, and now all that water is pouring down into there and creating this whirlpool thing. It also makes kind of this pocket air bubble, which is where we actually were when we were down there. That's about it as far as I've got for lore down there, though. So give me a moment. Well, I was speaking of when I last used to... Whoa! God, I completely missed that jump. I was speaking more of when I used to tank primarily for an actual raid group, which would have been all the way back in Wrath, I think, actually. Which one is that one, Lilix? Because if it's the one I think it is, then yes, I have. But I would rather you enlighten me. So what we're doing here... remember that ritual I mentioned that Athraku, or whatever his name was? Shoot. Athracus. I was very close. Athracus did. He created these eternal flames, and as long as these burned, they would be chained to the earth. So they're natural forms of undead, but under normal circumstances, they would dissipate, if not for the fact that this flame was continuing to keep them here, right? So we are tasked with removing this flame, and we find out that some of the undead do not want to move on. Which is kind of natural. I mean, of a city of thousands, you think a few people in there are willing to endure undeath, even if it means, even if it means enduring undeath, as long as they have the ability to keep surviving. So yes, that is what I thought it was, Lilix. And yes, I have heard of that, and I've even thought about doing it, and then I realized that it would take a colossal amount of time. And then I smacked some sense into myself. Actually, what do we turn in? Well, there you. So, why are the Naga such bastards? Well, Keep in mind that the Naga are not actually that much of bastards overall. There are certainly individuals amongst the Naga who are cruel and evil and terrible. That's logical since so many of the Naga were the Highborn, the elite of Asharas who were totally okay with demons so long as they got to torture people in the process. So, and this is, by the way, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, this rift. You can see where the land was quite literally ripped apart. And you can see the water of the ocean is just pouring in here and pouring. You can see further all that area up there as well. And eventually it'll lead to that whirlpool that we were just at. Hey, Zagoten. Now, okay, what I'm about to say is speculative. But they've gone out of their way to show that the Naga are not completely evil. The one and only time we actually got to see the Naga side of things. They were certainly still evil Naga, don't mistake, but there were also Naga who were not evil, who were just going along with it because it was their job, you know, loyalty and that kind of a thing going on. The speculation exists that there are actually plenty of Naga who are not evil at all and who, in fact, probably do not agree with their queen and her allegiance to the old gods because, well, I don't even feel the need to explain that. I mean, it's not that hard to imagine someone in an entire population do not actually like interacting with, being loyal to creatures who want to kill all life, you know? I mean, that's just kind of logical. But, so that's basically been the lore explanation for years as to why Naga could, in lore, become a playable race, because all you'd have to do is conceive of a faction of Naga who don't have loyalty to Ashara, even if it's just one group. We had the same thing happen with the Worgen. Only a single group of Worgen join us. Every Worgen in the setting is not part of the Alliance, just the Gilnean Worgens, right? Similarly, the Bilgewater Cartel of the Goblins, it's only one group of Goblins. And the Darkspear Trolls, which is just one troop of Trolls, etc., etc. So, it's not that hard to conceive of a group of Naga who are not, you know... Let's see if I can find its bear. Where is he? Where is he? Aha! Ah, Grimclaw. It's been a while.
Ishno del Diab.
Greetings, traveler. You seem to have an interest in my friend here. You're on behalf of his friend Volkor, then, I imagine. If Volkor didn't come himself, he must be injured as well. I hope he recovers quickly. Grimclaw is too injured to be moved far, and he's going to need some immediate treatment. I'm afraid I can't let you take him back just yet, but maybe you can help me while I tend to him.
Farewell.
I have no doubts that Grimclaw will recover with the help of my healing magic. I cannot say the same of the poachers that attacked him. Still, I could use some salve to close his wounds and lessen his pain while he heals. To the east, you'll find the ruins of Lornestar. Among the crumbled stones is a variety of fuming toadstool that flourishes in damp environments. Bring me it so I can mix a salve for my friend here.
Asha Fela.
While we tend to Grimclaw, I would like you to peacefully gather some ritual materials from the nearby wildlife. I need whiskers from the moonstalkers. Pluck them from the sleeping ones and move away quickly. I also need hair from the doe to the east. Just avoid the stags. And finally, I need fur from the bears along the water. Wait until they catch a fish and get a sample quickly before they finish eating. Do not harm any of them.
Del Nadres.
What is nature's call?
What is this, D to take two? We cannot condone reckless violence. It is not our nature. However, there are times when the consequences of avoiding battle are too tangible to ignore, as is the case with these Naga. When this earth in the area shattered, a small section of ruins rose to the east. These ruins once housed our loyal Queen Ashara, and it seems her kind have returned in search of something. Take this petrified root, use it on their fallen to raise Ents to aid you. Deal with them and their leader swiftly. No. He's fine, Leander. He's a good guy. He makes a mean chicken stew. Right. Don't kill animals. Don't kill animals. Almost killed the deer, but I didn't. I didn't kill the deer. Okay, rip it off as I run by. Oh, God. Oh, God. Excuse me. Rip. Ah, there we go. Got some hair. Okay. Alright, next. Also, yeah, I tend to agree with you, Juju's, for the most part. Blackrock Foundry is easily one of the best raids. In my opinion, it is the best raid in Warlords. Naga. I can kill Naga. Yes. Something I can kill. Oh, thank God. Oh. Goodbye. It's so difficult, though, Leander. I could just kill them, and it'll be over. Oh, right. I'm supposed to use their corpses. Get up. Admittedly, I've never done Blackrock Foundry outside of LFR, so take my comments with a grain of salt. Same with Highmaul. That's actually not true. I did do Highmaul normal. My bad. So same with Hellfire Citadel, then. Are you talking about the Demon Hunter name chain? Rockdillar. What's Rockdillar? I'm just going to ask plainly. I'm not that good with names, ironically. Damn it. What the hell? Die from the dot. Rise again to serve us. Ah, okay, that is what I was thinking of. Yeah, so for those of you not aware, there was a chain back in vanilla to get a bow and a staff for a bow for hunter and a staff for priest. Yes, I do. So one. I was a paladin at that point in time. Will we ever get such chains again? I sure hope so. It is also arguable. Actually, yes, I do. There we go. Much better. Suffer well. Playable Naga. Confirmed. Anyways, so there was this chain to get this bow and this staff, and it was an awesome chain. And it was actually very wonderfully difficult. In fact, I know that chain very well because I actually did it for my own hunter, of course, but I also did it for a friend's priest because he couldn't do it. In fact, I did for a friend's priest twice because he was like, quick, log off, and then let me log back onto the character. And so I did, but it failed the quest, so then he had to let me log back on himself and do the quest again. But anyways, but yeah, the most likely thing we're going to have for that kind of a quest coming back in is with the artifact stuff. Otherwise, I can't bring myself to see them doing that again, unfortunately. I hope they do, don't mistake. It would be really nice, actually, if they did. I am one of those people who likes class-specific content like that. And again, those were some very fun quests. Especially the unique ways you had to deal with so many of those hunter mobs. Like, the one that I did really, really well was the kite mob. That was the one in Silithus, I want to say. Or was the kite mob the one in Silithus or the one in Winterspring? I don't actually remember. What am I doing? Bear fur. Got it. Why are you attacking them? Why would you do that? Either way, the kite mob was the one I was really good at, and would all volunteer my services to log on someone else's account to do that step for them, because I was really good at the trick you'd do, which I'll demonstrate in just a second if I can. There we go. Bear fur. You had to do this thing where you jumped, basically this. I know that's not really descriptive, but while you're jumping, your momentum is maintained. So no matter what direction you're pushing forward in, as long as you're jumping, you're still going forward. So as you're jumping forward, like this, if you twist quickly enough so that you look behind yourself, you can get off a shot of concussive shot or whatever. So it's like, bam, and then keep going. You don't lose any speed, in other words. And I was really good at that little trick. I need another bear to rip some fur off of. And yeah, the Green Fire quest was brilliant. And some awesome lore in it, too, actually. But yeah, I loved the Green Fire quest. I am actually very proud of the fact that I managed that quest with terrible gear. That last fight was insane. I was really, really undergeared for that last fight. I was like a full 20 item levels below what the recommended minimum was. And I actually despaired of actually getting it. Like, I genuinely thought I wasn't going to get it. I actually did it live on stream. You can see it on my YouTube. And I'm like, oh god, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to manage it. But I did. Obviously, I have the title of the Black Harvest or whatever. So yeah, I'm hopeful they do more of that stuff in the future. Oop, oop, oop. Rip. Rip. Okay, we're good. Apparently it was winter spring, my bad. I just remember doing it a lot. Funk. 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 I'm not as good as I used to be, because I haven't had to do that in years, really. Like, it's really not necessary nowadays. I do it more for fun nowadays than for actual need or requirement. Ah. Hang on, I just realized Dark Monster asked a question. It wasn't phrased as a question, which is why I didn't catch it, I'm sorry. No. Okay, so here's how loot works. You have to be tagged on the loot table when the boss dies, specifically. So let's say, to use a theoretical example, let's say you've got a guild with 15 people. This used to happen to us all the time. I hated this. They introduced Flex like 3 expansions too late for us. Anyways, so we had a guild of 13 or 15 or whatever people, and so we're doing Karazhan, so we can only bring 10. So we bring in those 10 people, okay? Bam, done. Oh crap, too far! Oh, thank God. That was close. Those 10 people we kill Autumn and the Huntsman. Those 10 people then look at the loot, and all of them are tied to loot, so it's like, okay, well, I want that piece, well, I want that. We distribute the loot, we move on. We let 2 people leave the raid, and 2 other people come into the raid. Those 2 new people, they're not tied to Autumn and the Huntsman. They can't loot him. They get no loot from him whatsoever. Even if we gave the loot to one of these other 8 people and tried to give it to him, it doesn't work that way, because they weren't attached to the kill. The moment when the boss dies, that's the instant it tags, okay, these 10 or 15 or 25 or whatever people are attached to this boss, period, the end. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Varrican's Fist. Unfortunately, the account that I actually had my bow on, Rakdalor or whatever it was called, is gone. I have lost that account, so... no, I don't want to kill animals. Must not kill. Run away. Run away. I'm not here. I'm not here. Oh, I'm not here. I'm not here. Oh, God, run away. No. I'm not killing the mob. Look. Look, I'm not killing the animal. Oh, my gosh. Oh. Yeah. Help. Oh, thank God, he's done. Oh, okay. No, the account was banned permanently for using a third-party program. Now, I know what you're thinking. Arsh, how dare you? I wasn't. What they actually did was they found this other program that was running on my computer, and they said, that's a cheat program, and they permanently banned the account. And I tried to fight it, and I tried to prove, no, look, this is something completely unrelated, and they wouldn't have any of it, and so that account's gone. It's lost forever because of that. So, yeah. I actually quit the game for about a year after that because I was so pissed off about that.
Hi.
Thank you, ally. We shall keep a more vigilant eye should they return. Ding. Let's get a ding with Grimclaw here. Hi.
How may I help?
Grimclaw is quite the fierce combatant. I feel somewhat sorry for these poachers despite their aims. You have my thanks, young one. We should be able to speed Grimclaw's recovery drastically with this salve.
Goodbye. Can I assist you?
Hi, Jay. But no, I started at my normal time. Well, actually, that's not true. I started like 10 minutes early, but still. Have you retrieved the materials I asked for? And please tell me you did not harm any of the animals in the process. Don't worry, didn't kill anything. This would do perfectly. These are the final ingredients for an incense I've been working on. I'll explain in just a moment. Let me mix these first. I will tend to Grimclaw until his rest is done. He'll be ready to return very soon. I have one more task for you while we wait. A favor, really, should you recognize it. The great wildlife spirits roam around us, waiting and hoping that someone will aid in stopping the destruction. They are with us as we speak, even now, and with the materials you brought me, I can grant you sight. Speak to these spirits, choose one, return to me with their blessing.
Del Nadris.
I have talked about the Nintendo Direct, but overall a huge, huge net positive. I remain a firm supporter of the Nintendo Direct idea, and of several things Nintendo does in general. There's also one other thing I want to say about the Nintendo Direct. You know what I like about Nintendo Direct? They will release a gameplay trailer, and they'll have a big text at the bottom that says, "This is not gameplay." And then after the cinematic plays, they will actually show gameplay. How many companies do that still? Oh, sorry, let me make this clear for those of you not fully getting it. Most companies say, here's a gameplay trailer, and it's just a pre-rendered cutscene rendered with the in-game engine. Some cases it's not even that, actually. It's just a cinematic that happens to be in-game, and that's a gameplay trailer. But Nintendo's like, no, this is not gameplay. I love that. Thank you, Nintendo. You make tons of stupid decisions, but at the same time, there's a reason I'm still so loyal to you. Thank you for still being about the games, Nintendo. And that's my thoughts on the Nintendo Direct in a nutshell. Oh, hey, it's what's left of Auberdine. I don't remember several. U.S. So, rewinding a bit, I actually was exaggerating slightly. I didn't actually quit the game for a year. I quit the game for about 5 or 6 months, give or take. This was actually back in vanilla, by the way, when that happened. I remember it rather distinctly, actually. So I didn't really technically lose that much progress, but for those of you who remember, leveling in vanilla was a massive chore. And I had 2 characters that I had pushed all the way to 60 back in vanilla. And I was really upset at losing those characters, so yeah. So yeah. When I came... the thing that actually brought me back to the game is they were doing the whole... basically, I was invited back by the guild to join their PvP group, and I actually did some PvPing for a while there. Yes, I am excited, Tosis. It was a memory reader, so one joker. I was doing some programming while I played WoW. I can understand why they misconstrued that, but trust me when I say it had nothing to do with WoW. It's something you do, I don't feel like getting it. It was a memory reader. It was a memory reader. I wasn't reading WoW's memory. I was reading the memory of the program I was trying to debug at the time. Yes, it cost me the 10th-year anniversary gift, because I should have that. Because, yeah. Anyways, so I came back to go PvP and pushed myself up to 60 again for the umpteenth billionth time and joined an actual real prefab PvP group. We actually had a lot of fun with that. And I actually got to Lieutenant Commander. This is when that happened, by the way. I've mentioned that before. And then the BC event started coming out, and I convinced PAX to come back because BC was actually fun to level in compared to vanilla. And yeah, the rest is history. This account you're seeing right here is that account, the second one I purchased. I have no idea what they thought I was doing, Takoida. Their responses were very brief and very blunt. In fact, fun fact, I didn't realize what it was that they were flagging me for, I think, almost a year afterwards. It was quite a long time. Because they wouldn't tell me. I was like, why is this banned? Can I get some information on this? And they said, we have discovered that you have violated the TOS. And I'm like, how? what did I do? What possible thing could I have done? And they said, we have determined that you are, in fact, and we have checked the logs, and we have 100% verified you are in violation of the TOS, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and that's all I ever heard from them about that. It took me a year later to remember it was I should say, it was probably the memory reader. I should add that probably side of things, because they never told me what actually did it. And I never did get the account back. But I've had this account since then, and since then Blizzard support has gotten way better. Way better. In fact, as I pointed out just like a week ago, I got a few free months for my sister's account because of a snafu. That is technically our fault, but they still went ahead and comped it and were very nice and helpful and immediate. You know, just get on and bam, I need help. All right, bam, all right. I was going to say, Janine, you were around back then. You should remember all that crap. Ugh.
Ishnu Allah.
Ah, you have my thanks. Though they may not be able to show it, you have the thanks of the highborn spirits as well.
Be careful.
For killing them. Other than the ones that didn't want to be killed, obviously. Really? Call me fives? That's interesting. Yes, my sister has 200s, I think, at this point in time. I'm not sure. I could check, but it's not that important. Where the hell? I appear to be in the water. I was so... Janine can attest to this. I was so angry. Especially since, like I said, it took me like a year plus to finally figure out what they actually did it for. And even then, that's speculation on my behalf. I'm pretty sure that is it, but... Oh my god.
I am listening.
Alright, where the hell are you? Oh, okay. That's why I'm stupid.
Greetings.
Probably not a Tokus. Really. Aha! Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to let you guys vote. Here, we'll go ahead and set up a poll. Poll. New. Which animal spirit? So we've got bear. And then... cat, and I believe stag is the other one. Yep. Cat or stag. Go! I really doubt it's the one, especially since I have no way of proving that it was my account, I think, at this point. Like, I have no idea what credit card it was attached to. I have no idea, or debit card, I should say. I have no idea what anything it was attached to. I could tell them my address at the time if I could remember it. I got nothing. So someone earlier asked me, what's my favorite Night Elf zone? And I've been thinking about that since then, because I actually like basically all the Night Elf zones. But, hey, Fat Squeak. What is a face reveal? I don't know what a face reveal means. I don't understand what that means. That's really tough, because... So in my mind, there's really only the 3 Night Elf zones. Teldrassil, Auberdine, and Ashenvale. Especially nowadays, Ashenvale is much less a Night Elf zone and much more a Garrosh zone. Let's just call it what it is. But of these 3, back in vanilla, I would say Teldrassil easily. Nowadays, now with the Cataclysm changes, I gotta actually probably go with Ashenvale. Even though it's much less of a Night Elf zone, the quests are awesome, and I really enjoy the story arc there. Auberdine is a close second, though. I don't really consider Faralos a Night Elf zone any more than I consider Felwood a Night Elf zone, before you ask. I'm gonna go Google face reveal, because I have no idea what that means. Seriously, this is not. I don't know what this means. As I say, I'm right here. I don't know. I'm very confused by this. Whatever. Anyways, let's go ahead and check the... Oh, I'll just do this. Cat or stag? Janine, did you vote? And if you didn't, cat or stag? Reveal my true face. Oh, I put the amiibo away. Damn. Oh, I've got one. I've got one here. Okay. I shall reveal my true face. Behold! There you go. Alright, cat it is. We saw like 20 seconds of gameplay at Tokus. I will reserve judgment until I see more than 20 seconds of gameplay. Yes, that is a Leafeon. Good eyes. So, no judgment yet. I'm generally... Alright, that's enough. Spamming. I'm generally looking forward to it. Especially since the most recent Paper Mario / Mario RPG was actually quite good. I've really been enjoying that one, so... I share these forests willingly, accepting night elf kin into my home, and on occasion calling them friend. Though they have been tainted greatly in recent memory, I can see in you the same strength and honor, and the spirit that first endeared them to me. If you place value in ferocity necessary to overcome all odds, then I am willing to call you my champion. Know that if you side with my kind, the other spirits will not accept you, so choose carefully. So we now have the blessing of the spirit. So those will now be yellow to us throughout the zone, and the others will not. And we get a permanent buff as long as we're here, if memory serves.
I am listening. Bashal'Aran.
With the binding complete... Did I just ding? The binding complete, the blessing has taken hold. It will most certainly make your travels in this land easier. Grimclaw has made a full recovery. Before I could do anything to stop him, he bolted off towards Lor'danel. I suppose that means it's time for your departure. It was a great pleasure to have met you. For now, farewell. Send my best wishes to Valcor and Grimclaw.
Farewell.
So yeah, we are now attack and casting speed increased by 10%, and regarded as friendly by the Moonstalkers, now that we're here. Someone asked a question. Thoughts on Dragon Quest VII? About frickin' goddamn time! That's my thoughts on Dragon Quest VII. For those of you not aware, Dragon Quest VII received a proper remake. Okay, let's rewind it. Let's really make this clear. So they came out with a proper remake for Dragon Quest IV, and they took what was an acceptable game and turned it into an amazing game. It really was a proper remake. So then they did the proper remake for Dragon Quest V, and I ate that up. And then they did a proper remake for Dragon Quest VI, and I ate that up. And then they did a proper remake for Dragon Quest VII, and they didn't release it outside of Japan. That was almost 4 years ago now. I think actually we might be approaching the 4-year mark this year, when the proper remake for Dragon Quest VII came out. I have been pissed off that that hasn't come out here, basically ever since. So, again,
Ishnu
about
Allah.
goddamned time is my answer. Frickin' hell. Anyways,
Good luck, friend.
also Worgen Dance, apparently. By the way, I'm getting Moon. Pokemon Moon.
What brings you here?
You have our thanks. It's time we leave the past behind us and start looking to the future.
Farewell.
Of course it could, Gigius. How can I help you, Druid? Where'd you find these? You haven't shown them to anyone else, have you? I apologize. You took me off guard. Telarius was a very powerful demon hunter, but he was slain during a confrontation with the warden Maiev many years ago. You are fortunate his ghost was only a shade of his former power. Wonder how many have found their way to him in those ruins. I will see to it that the scrolls make their way to the High Priestess immediately. Could I keep those scrolls? For no reason. I mean, I just
Del Nadris.
kind of want to, you know. If we didn't have enough on our hands with the lands and the elements turning against us, it seems something has riled up the trolls to the northeast, and they've started on the warpath. I'm not sure what their aims are, but they've already attacked several of our scouts and have besieged the cultists at the Tower of Althalaxx. We've sent a contingent of our best sentinels to counter their attacks. If you would travel northeast, I'm sure they could use an extra hand.
Good luck, friend.
Yeah, FF7 is... I agree with what FM Nito just said. FF7 is a very volatile game to remake. It's actually kind of brave of them to even try it at this point in time, since the odds are actually stacked against them as of this point. Sonic Doctor, there's actually several complicated answers to that, but Japan has a very insular culture, and that's probably the biggest reason right there. I hate to say that, I'm not trying to sound derogatory, but that is just the truth. They have a very our side, my side, your side kind of mindset culturally, and they have for a very long time. They have gotten a lot better about that, don't mistake. You should go back and see how, look into Japanese history, what was that be, 1800s? Hang on, let me look up the date there. Give me just a moment. Here it is. Look up Matthew C. Perry sometime. This would have been, yeah, 1800s, early 1800s. For an insight on exactly how insular Japan used to be. Anyways, yeah. Did I get any of the original re-releases? No, I didn't. I have the third version. I have the Generation 3 proper remakes of the original stuff, and I like them better than the originals. Yeah, I have no desire to buy the originals. I might do it just to support them, but that would be the only reason I did it. I do know that the Taurens value their horns, but we don't know details specifically. Like, for example, we don't know if long horns is a sign of virility, or if short horns is a sign of strength, or if wide horns is, we don't actually know. But we do know that the horns and the styling thereof is a irrelevant part of Tauren culture, so it wouldn't surprise me if there are Taurens who shape their horns in some way or another, magically or mundanely.
Hello.
I somehow avoided being inflicted with the same toxin the other survivors now endure. I cannot help be envious of them. Living an eternity alone does not seem worth living at all. It's okay, you're mortal now, according to the writers. Thank you. Perhaps it would have been better if I had done it myself, but even after all these years, I cannot raise my hand against my beloved. Please leave me alone in my grief. Damn it.
May the stars guide you.
And now she will haunt him forever. You killed me. Hang on, Darsh. There you go.
Greetings.
Hang on, Zoan. Hang on. We got lore to go through first. You've returned. It's good to see you again. I suppose we have you to thank for Grimclaw's return. I'm afraid I have some bad news. I've been unable to purge the toxin. Their conditions are worsening. Gershilla died shortly after you left, and Volkor passed just before you came back. He lived long enough to see Grimclaw come back safely, so he died with a smile on his face. I'm just sorry I couldn't do any more. For now, I'm doing everything I can to save Sheldrin. Please excuse me.
Goddess watch over you.
So that's a fun thought. We managed to come back and save all those people, only for them to die while we were off adventuring to the toxin that, someone, introduced to the water elementals.
Great to meet you.
You look like an able sort. There are a great number of rakes off the coast here. Some old, some new. For quite some time I've been trying to get at their hold, put their valuables to more use. But there's a nasty infestation of murlocs in the other area. I've sent scores of adventurers, but none have returned. Worry not, I've learned me lesson, and that is not your fate. Swim due north and look for Gary. He'll explain the new plans. It's quite simple, really.
Be good.
Well, we could go and kill trolls, but honestly, I think treasure hunting for a dwarf is just more in the spirit of the dwarven people. So, for the dwarves! No, I'm pretty sure that's how Night Elf eyes have always looked. I mean, especially even going back to Warcraft 3. We do know the reason why their eyes look like that. It's due to their magical connection. Draenei having a natural and Night Elves having an artificial. However, that's once again kind of inconsistent because, as we've already discussed, they shouldn't actually have that connection anymore because, according to the writers, it's actually Nosdormu who gave them that connection, not the Well of Eternity or Teldrassil. So I have no idea why they still have the eye thing. The dwarves and the elves decided they were tired of hating each other, so they were like, yeah, let's just go ahead and be cool. And then there was lots of beer. It was really good. Oh gosh, Atokus, I don't know. I used like 70 mods when I played Skyrim. I couldn't possibly list them. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that.
Need assistance?
How do you do? I'm Gary. I assume Gorbald sent you. If you're here to help, plan's pretty simple. I've rigged up this decoy bot. We prance the little fellows in near the murlocs and activate their cooldown. They'll pulse light and sound to attract the murlocs, and after several seconds, they'll explode. If we get enough of them in there, we should be able to make our way to the ship's hold again. With less casualties this part, I hope. This part's not for you, though. Just blowing up those little fishmen.
Okay, then.
Alrighty then.
Beep, boop, destroy, destroy. Attention. You are doomed. Murloc pests, I have come to steal your treasure. Attempt to stop me, quickly. The Draenei... Okay, well, the Draenei here obviously came from Draenor. And Outland, technically, since they were on Outland as well. But before that, who knows what planet they were on previous to that. This is a lot of Murlocs. Seriously, look at this. I have come to steal your treasure. Beep, boop. I am a helpless, a foolhardy, excuse me, a foolhardy adventurer. Bzz. Okay. That should take care of the Murloc threat. No, they're all supermodels. All of them. Just like all the humans are supermodels. And all the other elves are supermodels. And all the Draenei are supermodels and all the... Well, I guess the goblins aren't supermodels. Although they think they are. Seriously, if you remember in the Goblin Starter Zone, there was actually a group of goblins called Supermodel. Who were spraying Kaja Cola on each other. And I would argue the dwarves aren't supermodels either. After all, any kind of creature like a dwarf couldn't possibly be visually attractive, right? Right? Okay, okay. We're in agreement. I like how this Worgen is just hanging out over here. What joy is there in this curse? And thus the Worgen and the Forsaken came together forever. It's not actually that hard for the Lich King, the second Lich King, to have made Death Knights out of Draenei, since Draenei were active during vanilla, technically, in lore, in MMO time. And they were definitely active during BC time, and both of those were periods of time in which the second Lich King was active and, you know, a force to be reckoned, so not that hard to presume, really.
I've the finest wires in the land.
Our decoys worked? Oh, great to hear it. Don't you worry about yourself one bit about the treasures. Me and Gary will take care of the rest this time around. The truth be told, if something went wrong again and I lost any more of you, I'm pretty sure they'd kick me out of town.
See you soon.
Alright, now we'll go kill trolls. I killed 2 trolls before. Wait, shoot, what's the whole quote? I gotta look up the quote. There it is. I know this is technically inaccurate, but I kill 2 dwarves in the kill 2 trolls in the morning, and I kill 2 trolls at night. I kill 2 trolls in the afternoon, then I feel alright. I kill 2 trolls in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I kill 2 trolls before I kill 2 trolls, and then I kill 2 more. And that would be the battle cry of the Trollbanes. I don't actually understand your question, Darsh Monster. You're gonna have to help me with that one. I mean, okay, so like the Death Knight, Worgen, Goblin, and Pandaren, and actually Demon Hunter as well. All of those starter zones don't actually... They're separate instances completely. Oh hey, there's the Tower of Althalaxx. Wow. For the Horde. You might be like, what do you mean? Well, the Horde did that. So I just like to say, as much as there are several issues the Horde have, at least they did something about the Twilight's Hammer cultists. I mean, look at this. This used to be a Twilight's Hammer stronghold. And now it's that. For the Horde.
Hello.
Glinda sent you to lend a hand, did she? I'm glad she did. I could certainly use the help. 100 million billion, Jay, roughly. I'm working on our initial plans to start whittling away at their ranks. Please feel free to help Tisha and Belthu in the meantime.
Be careful.
Well, what do you need?
Ishnu del Diab.
There are several ruins similar to these spread throughout Darkshore, many of them inhabited by the troubled spirits of the Highborn. Out of mild courtesy for their cursed souls, we haven't been overly proactive about stripping the ruins of artifacts, but those hesitancies vanish in light of this new troll threat. While you're aiding the sentinels in their goals in the ruins, please collect any artifacts you stumble upon and bring them back to me.
Del Nadris.
I am honored.
See you around, Tokus. And see you around, Bragwin. We should go see Zootopia. There are a large number of Shadowspear trolls picking through the ruins to the north and northeast. I suspect they're looking for magical artifacts, but none of our scouts have reported discovery of anything of significance. They may well just be fueling their war. One thing is fairly certain, though. Less laborers would slow down the offensive, so less laborers what they're going to get. You in?
Goddess, watch over you.
Yeah, sure, I'll go kill 2 trolls before I kill 2 trolls. Then I might kill 2 more. So, like I said, every race that has been added since, well, forever, really, has had a completely separate instance. Now, you might be like, well, what the hell's an instance? Well, all of Kalimdor, with some exceptions, is 1 instance. All of the Eastern Kingdoms is 1 instance. All of Outland is 1 instance. All of Northrend is 1 instance. I thought there was like a... No, I'm thinking of something else. But yes, Danath, I don't know how to say his name, is probably the end of the Trollbane line. Unless he gets busy very, very quickly. Or got busy in Outland and we missed it. Anyways, so yeah, that's what they do. They just create a new instance completely separate from the rest of the world, and they do it there, Darsh Monster. Spiders in WoW have never bothered me. They've never triggered my arachnophobia at all. Probably because they don't look anything like spiders, really. They don't move like spiders, they don't function like spiders. Now, Inquisition! That bugged the crap out of me. Holy crap. Ugh. Oh, what's these? These appear to be orders dispatched to the overseers at the ruins from a superior in the Shadowspear war camp. Most of the documents are negligible strategic value, but a couple lines stick out to you. We captured another night elf sneaking on our operation. She's been taken back to camp and tortured for more information. Keep an eye out for additional spies. We cannot afford our operations to be compromised. Well then. Because we all know how wonderful torture is, right? Sigh. Frickin' Shadowspear. To make one thing clear, this is not the Horde. Okay? I just want to make that absolutely clear. The Shadowspear tribe does not equal the Horde. Now, they might equal Garrosh. Where's my bar? Are you guys seeing this? Look in the upper left. Where did my balance bar go? What the hell? Do we even have Boomkin form yet? Oh, we have Boomkin form now. Hey, guys, we have Boomkin form now. When did we get that? Yes, I did, Zawon. I read all the coins. Okay, hang on. We got to reset our bar here. When do we get Moonkin form? Oh, I already have that. Wrath. And okay. So this is Moonkin form. Sometimes referred to as Boomkin form. It got so bad that even lorehounds would start calling this Boomkin form just because it became such common nomenclature. This is something they added in BC, I want to say. As you can see, we are basically an owlbear. Part owl, part bear. And this is one of the blessed creatures of Elune. At least some people would have you believe that. But yeah, I've actually already talked about Moonkin and whatnot in general. Being in this form gives you increased damage and increased armor. So really you should be in this form pretty much all the time. That's true for basically all druids up until recently. You should always be in form. You should never actually be wandering around out of form. I say until recently because German, wow, I'm stupid. Resto druids no longer sit around in tree form the entire time. Tree form has become a cooldown rather than their default status. Oh, by the way, this is another excellent reason to not bother having a transmog suit for this character. Because this is our transmog suit. We can transmog our weapon, and that's it. But yeah, so Tree of Life used to be a form just like this. You just wander around in it the whole time. And that's it. So, nowadays you use it on it's one of the 2 minutes, I believe. That took some serious getting used to, by the way, for me personally. I really didn't like the changes they did to Resto in Pandaria, and I actually stopped being Resto in Pandaria as a consequence. And keep in mind, I've been a Resto druid since BC prior to that. Yes, a German druid. They're very efficient. I don't know. I know Nardu, but I don't like the changes, the gameplay changes they did. It's not about the aesthetics of it. It's about the fact that all of a sudden, I don't know. I just don't care for it. It's not my style. It's not my thing. I enjoyed having the rolling control over the situation by maintaining layered hots and trying to preemptively predict damage. Nowadays, it's all about cooldowns, is pretty much what Resto Druid can be described as. Oh god, I need to heal right now, go! And they keep trying to emphasize... oh, that's a good point, Backsiege. I should go get that. Because that's a cool glyph. Anyways, yeah, and now it's not, and I hate it. Anyways, they kept trying to emphasize you actually using your cast time heals as Dresto, and it's like, no, I don't want to cast time heal. And why did you wreck Wild Growth? God damn it. Anyways, I'm done. When do I get... I don't even have glyphs in general right now. What level do I get glyphs at? 45, I want to say, something like that? I don't know. Right, I should add that. Hey, cool ninja. Oh my god, Zoan, seriously? Actually, I can't say anything. They used to try to make me and my friend, who were both druid healers, tank healers in Wrath. Now, we could do that, but they wanted us to tank heal in Wrath. Anyways, well, that's funny, Pyro, because the whole wind-up playstyle is kind of what druids in general are. I mean, that's how Resto Druid used to work. If someone takes a lot of damage immediately, they're probably going to die because the Resto Druid can't get their heals up quickly. However, once they get going, once they're wound up, they can have a ridiculous amount of throughput when it comes to healing. And it's awesome. And it was awesome, and I loved that. Oh, thank you, Janine. And Boomkin actually worked the same way at certain periods in history. It's like, all right, get the dots going, get the buffs going, and then blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I'm done complaining, I swear.
Can I assist
Were you able to recover any artifacts? Excellent, thank you so much. I would hate to lose more records to our culture. To war, far too many has been sacrificed already.
Goodbye.
How may I help?
Great work, thank you, Druid.
Good luck, friend.
To the north, the Shadowspear have a war camp where they're constructing catapults. The camp is guarded by some of their mystics, but I've started receiving reports there are sightings of orcs and taurens there as well. I don't want to make any assumptions that suggests, but I want you to go and kill them!
Del Nadris. Ishnu Allah.
Yes, Druid? Another? They have more than one. I'll not leave any people tortured. We must act quickly. I have a scout that lost contact with a couple of days ago. I assumed her dead, but it appears she's been captured. Hello, Dark Archon. The trolls indicate they have at least 2 captives, though. The only other person that came to mind is Alandarian's Night Song, a civilian that was in the area against my advisement earlier yesterday. They have a camp north. It's almost certainly where any of their prisoners might go.
Farewell.
Find them, quick! Oh, wait, another
What
quest,
brings
also!
you here?
Here, I'll read this as we go. The trolls are building their forces and supplies at the war camp to the north. When they feel they're ready, they will almost certainly launch an attack on Lor'danel from the location. Shouldn't take us too long to rout this rabble, but I'm not one for unnecessary risks. I want you to fight your way to the war camp and get us any supplies you see. Excuse me, no, we're actually setting fire to any supplies I see. Oh, you mean this cat statue? Just gonna leave it there. No, we haven't really, is the one. Back in the day, okay, so you know how I mentioned back in BC, each of the tanks was very, very distinct in their style of tanking. For those of you who didn't, I can cover it really quick. Paladins were AoE tanks. They tanked groups. Warriors were physical damage tanks. Druids were magical damage tanks. And those were the 3 tank classes. Because Druids had lots of health, Warriors had lots of avoidance, and Paladins could hold a large group. So they were very hyper-specialized, which was both a good and a bad thing, for the reasons I've already discussed a bajillion times, and I'm not going to rehash that territory yet again. Healing was also pretty specialized. Druids were hot, priests were bubbles, pretty much. Holy was such a joke for so long. And paladins were single-target doom. In fact, when they added a new thing called Beacon of Light, paladins pretty much became the ideal tank healers, because all of a sudden a paladin... Hey, look! Oh my god, it's totally the Horde! For the Horde. This is, as I've said, Garrosh, which is why I was trying to state my statement earlier, more particularly. But I'll get to that in just a moment. Yeah, it kind of naturally devolved to the point where druids were pretty much raid healers, because they could haunt all the peoples all the time and just have general blanket healing is what we actually referred to it as. So that every single person in the raid might be taking damage, but thanks to raid designs, every person in the raid is not taking a huge amount of damage, right? I mean, that would be ridiculous. So that's the druid healer's job. Priests usually cover holes wherever those are needed, and paladins were the ones keeping the tanks up, because you could put a beacon on one tank and actually heal the other tank and heal both simultaneously. That has since been reduced significantly. As I've said before, they've kind of been trying to push away from hyper-specialization and into homogenization. Oh yeah, shamans. Shamans are hard to describe, healing-wise. I didn't really think about shamans because most of my raiding experience, we either didn't have shaman healers or we had like one shaman healer. Shamans were extremely good situational healers. In certain circumstances, you just could not out-heal a shaman. But it was very, very situational. Like I said, you had to have a boss whose mechanics suited that. I can give you a direct example of that. On Valithria, our shaman healers would usually heal somewhere around 5 to 10 times more than everyone else. Even when other people were trying hard, it just, the mechanics suited their style of healing so, so well. And because of that one talent or ability whose name I can't remember, which basically spread out the healing even more. So, it's kind of crazy. Healing Wave has been awesome, and then terrible, and then awesome throughout WoW's history. But I actually have never healed as a shaman. It's the only class, it's the only spec for that matter, that I've never actually really played in a high-end environment, so I can't really speak to that. Sorry. So let's go ahead and talk about what the hell's going on here. So this is what we call a proxy situation. Garrosh's horde has looked at these Shadowspear trolls. Now, these Shadowspear are not a part of the horde, as I was trying to emphasize earlier. Not even Garrosh's horde. However, Garrosh sees an advantage in this situation, and Garrosh's horde, the Disgusting Horde, let's just call it what it is. The Disgusting Horde sees an advantage in this situation. If we go ahead and push these people to harass our allies, they will be able to weaken, or harass our enemies, excuse me. They'll be able to weaken the overall forces of the Alliance in general, since this is an opportune moment. The Shadowspear are attacking right now, not just because they were pushed or anything like that, but because this is a great time to attack the Night Elves. This is one of the only times where the Night Elves are actually weak in this area. So they actually have a unique opportunity to finally, gain some ground against the Night Elves in general. Because Darkshore was hit really, really hard by the Shattering, as I've already discussed. I mean, Auberdine is gone, for God's sakes. So they don't actually have a proper military installation here at this point in time. So it's very obvious why the Shadowspear are here. And then the Garrosh's horde, the Disgusting Horde, they're like, aha! So the Shadowspear are going to attack with or without us. If we give them a little bit of support in terms of advisors and materials, again, the proxy situation, where the actual horde military is not actually here fighting in force, but they are serving in a function to push the forces to be better than they would be, again, through arms, material, resources, support, aid, advisory, that kind of a thing, just generally supporting them. The Shadowspear will probably not actually succeed in taking out the Night Elves, but that's not the goal. Their purpose here, as far as the Disgusting Horde is concerned, is to weaken and distract the Night Elf forces, especially since the Disgusting Horde are trying so hard to push into Ashenvale right now. Did everything? Nope, I need an enforcer. Also, yeah, Darker Soul, Auberdine is quite gone. We'll be going there later, I believe. For sure. Yeah, it's similar to what all the proxy battles that happened in the Cold War that were exceptionally common during that rather dark time in history. Yes, by the way, I'm a Moonkin being chauffeured around by a human. What? Look, the message will get there eventually, Darker. I'm sure. Eventually. Maybe.
I am listening.
Alandarian looks very pale, though shallow breaths betray the life that remains in here. Here to save me? A bit later than I'd hoped. Mora sent you. I should have listened to her. It's just hard to take the trolls seriously, I guess. It's way too late for that anyways. We're mortal now. This is the fate we have to face one way or another. I've had time to accept that. I have one last request, though. Kill the torturer that did this to me. They call him Ritko. You can find him just ahead with the other prisoner.
Farewell.
By the way, this was an NPC back in Vanilla as well. A civilian, as previously mentioned. In the face. Just gonna flat out murder him. Whatever. The good news is we can get this sentinel out. Hey, I'm here to save you. I'm here with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh, sorry. Come on, let's go.
I am honored.
It's good to see you. I wasn't looking forward to enduring what Alandarian did, so the rescue is somewhat welcome. I saw the troll leader before I was captured and thought I had the perfect opportunity to kill him, but he's protected by some sort of magic shield. Mora needs to know before she mounts her assault, but first we need to get out of here. Help me get to the dock. I'll make my way to Lor'danel via water, and you can go back to Mora with the intel.
Be careful.
Hello, stars of the ocean. How are things going? Yes, but they won't mortal. By the way, speaking of which, mortal counter. Quick, before I fail the escort. Yeah. Here we go. Run! Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming to rescue the lot of you. For I am a boomkin. A boomkin. So, this is actually an ogre model, by the way. Or I should say an ogre skeleton, to be more accurate with my terminology. You can kind of see by the way they run, but I have to admit, I wouldn't mind playing an ogre, especially since so much of this work has already been done for them. But it does mean that moonkins have the best slash dance in the entire game. Which we'll see momentarily. Just as soon as we kill this orc pig. Ugh. Die. For the Horde. The real Horde slash spit. Thanks for getting me out of here. I should be able to swim back from here, but before I go, one quick thing. I was afforded a brief chance to attack their leader. He was yes, I know about the shield. Thank you. Thank you, I know about the shield. Oh yeah, best dance in the world. Oh yeah, take it in, guys. Drink it in. Drink it in. Alright, we're done. I have to admit, I was really excited when I saw, where is it? This right here. Chosen of Elune. I think that's it. Yeah, the improved Moonkin form. So my first assumption when I saw the Chosen of Elune form was that they were finally going to render armor onto the Moonkin, which I was super excited about. And then I found out it was just that one static bit of armor, but it still looked really cool. So I was like, awesome. Finally, we're getting a new Moonkin form. Nope. It's just a cooldown. In fact, as you can see here, it is a 3-minute cooldown. So not exactly the most common thing in the world. The Commando Jack? Where did I get that title? I don't even recognize that title. The Horde Breaker. Conservationist. We'll go back to Guardian. It just seems to fit. Oh, that's the Alliance version of the lumber mill. Got it.
How may I help? Ishnu Allah.
Excellent work. One more threat we can worry a bit less about. We'll continue the offensive while they're still off guard.
Goddess watch over you.
Ding. Guess what? We're going to have a lot of ding pictures with Moonkin form. At least until we hit like 25. He's not even smiling. He's not even smiling. Whatever, let's get a picture like over here. There we go.
Hello.
Alandarian is dead then. That saddens me greatly, but it's not entirely unexpected. I expect no mercy from these savages, and we will show them none.
Good luck, friend.
Thank you.
Goddess watch over you.
Some sort of shield, you say? We might have a way around that. Balthul had an idea for breaking whatever protective enchantments their shamans had, so it might work on this one too. Thank you for saving Ainshia and bringing me this information. It may well make the difference in this battle.
Be careful.
Striking at the head of the beast doesn't work if there's another head to replace it. Before we can kill their leader, we need to kill their sub-leaders. Right now, they are not well defended, and you should be able to best them without much support. Take this Dryad spear and hunt them down. The poison on its tip should slow down their incantations. My scouts reported one inside the water chamber. Okay.
Farewell.
Hello.
I've already been working on something for breaking their protective wards. With a focus based in their power and a bit of druidic magic, we should be able to breach their shields. Okay.
Bashal'Aran.
What do you want?
How may I help?
Before you rejoin the battle, Druid, something urgent has come to my attention. My scouts report that the Forsaken are scouring the ruined tower of Althalaxx to our south. Prior to the assault, that bleak tower housed a fanatical arm of the Shadow Council, commanded by the fallen highborn, Athricus Narasan. Narasan is long since dead, but if any of his work survives, we can't allow it out of our sight. Retrieve the research and kill the Forsaken.
Farewell.
Krats, Maz. Speaking from experience, I know how irritating that trick can be to get down. So Elune, we're almost 100% sure Elune is not actually a deity. We're not sure which she actually is, but deity she is not. So I suppose that answers your question by there. Like the undead music as we go here. It's an overseer. Damn it. Aha! I have found my target. Deep within the Night Elf ruins of Epilogue. Right? Hello there. And don't just step behind those pillars. Let me welcome you properly. I don't really need to step behind pillars. I can just kill you standing and staring you in the face, lady. God, this is very Night Elfin, isn't it? Look at this place. By the way, you're supposed to fight her by stepping behind the pillars and then peeking your head out and casting at her, but, you know, tactics. We don't need no thinking tactics. We are night elves. We don't believe in tactics. I don't have much to talk about right now. What else could I talk about? I could talk about how incredibly dangerous night elves are. So you see, night elves are actually very, very weak. Very, very stupid. No, I'm kidding. Night elves do tend to approach things with a bit of a blunt perspective. In general. It actually goes over in their warfare, too. They don't use catapults that hurl giant boulders at people. They use the glaive throwers. So, you actually get impaled by spitting metal, which has a very sharp edge. Which uniquely makes it effective, very, very effective against people, just as effective as it is against fortifications. In fact, it could be argued that aside from the really advanced stuff, they might actually be the most advanced, or the most powerful siege weaponry in the game. Now, of course, not counting the really powerful stuff. That's purely from an offensive perspective as well, I might add, since I'm just gonna have to deal with that. Since most other things are primarily generated around more siege warfare than universal warfare. It's a shame that didn't really translate into Warcraft 3. But anyways, hey Deacon, hey Neurozaz. I can talk about Mother 3. So there's this game called Mother 3. It'll never come out in English. Efficiently, I should say. Yeah, very efficient shock weapon too. But again, it just informs that blunt perspective they have. Yeah, sure, we could try something more advanced or more elegant or more powerful, but screw that in the face. And that's pretty much the Night Elf philosophy in a nutshell. In the face. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah. Did not see that coming, admittedly. Holy crap. Now is the hour of the Forsaken. Now is the death of the Forsaken. Very carefully. Well, so it's confession time, guys. Controversial confession time. Everyone's favorite time of year. I don't like the actual RTS elements of Total War that much. I never have. There are aspects of Total War I like, and I'm okay. I don't dislike the Total War RTS aspects, but I've never really liked them either. So, I usually play Total War for the other side of the game, and that's what I enjoy about it. So Warcraft 3, a Warcraft Total War game to me is like a step down from actual Warcraft 3, if you follow. Go ahead, hate me for it. I accept it. Alright, hang on a second. I've been meaning to do this for a while now. Do not show anything ever. Okay. I was playing the American colonization Total War. I forget which one it is. It's actually one of my favorites. And I remember going through a specific battle, and I'm like, alright, I want my troops to go in this particular formation, down this column. Go! And they started going, and then they came back, and then they went forward, and then they came back, and then they kind of moved to the side. And then for some reason, there's just an enemy force came out of nowhere and then completely ignored my force. And I'm staring at it like, what the hell is going on? It might have been a flat-out bug. I don't even know. I am not well-versed enough to know. Hey, Razulia. Was that Empire? I don't know. It's the one where you play the American colonists. Colonials. I suppose I shouldn't even say, American colonists, because we weren't American at the time, but you get my point. The Colonials is who you play it as. I also had some weird times with Shogun 2, which I would call the most recent one, but I mean, it came out a couple years ago. I don't think it's the most recent one anymore. But most of those issues were regarding the artificial difficulty, nothing actual bug-related. Hello, Matthias. Oh. What is up? Okay.
Greetings.
As I turn in a quest to you, Narasin is no longer our concern, but if his life's work should fall to our enemies, centuries of dark wisdom could be called down on our heads. How goes the hunt? Let's see what we've got here. Oh, by a loon, his notes are scrawled in half a dozen languages. What is this, blood? This archive makes my flesh seethe, but at least it's secure. It'll take us some time to decipher these notes. Oh! Your reward? Yes, here. Nice work. Get back into the fight.
Goodbye.
I hope he's not secretly a Twilight agent. I have, in fact, backseat. New Vegas, specifically.
How may I help?
Did you recover the amulets? Oh, these will do perfectly. I'll prepare them for Sandria. You are sure to be dispatched to meet with her shortly.
Del Nadris.
What brings you?
You've shown a great deal of talent for someone so young. Good work. It seems the final battle is before us.
Del Nadris.
Their forces are weakened, their supplies destroyed, their sub-leaders are dead. It's time to take the fight to their home and their leader. I'm admittedly into the dark as what spurred this sudden aggression. You're kidding, right? But perhaps we will find some answers on their doorstep. Take this arrow that Balthul prepared and report to Chandria Moonfall, deep in Shadowspear Vale, to join the attack. Very well.
Be careful.
Excuse me, can you give me a ride?
How may I help?
Yes.
Good luck, friend.
Yeah, I'm curious how the Warhammer one's going to be, but only vaguely curious since I'm not really into Warhammer. Warhammer 40k. FM Nito, there were Horde Druids before there were Night Elf Druids. That's pretty much the argument right there. Taurens have been Druids for an exceptionally long period of time. It is argued that Taurens have been Druids since before there were Night Elves. Like, at all, as a species. We must defeat the Shadowspear. So, Zawan, you're saying Medieval 2 is the most recent and the best? I might give that a try. I admit, like I said, Shogun 2 was the last one I was even aware of, really. Nah, Druidic magic's been around since forever. Alright, Shadowspear Vale.
Greetings.
Come to join the offensive? If you're looking for Chandria Moonfall, she's leading the attack on the Shadowspear leader at the cave at the back of the Vale. You can meet her there. While you're here, though, we could use your help routing the rest of their tribe. Go ahead and take the company of one of our vengeful protectors there. See to it that every last building is destroyed. Let's do it!
Illuminate your path.
Oh, Medieval 2 is... Okay, so Rome 2 is the most recent one. My bad. Alright, let's do this. Oldest of the player races is either the Pandorans or the Trolls, which are basically equally old. Well, I'm a sucker for good Yui. but consequently I also hate bad Yui, so maybe I shouldn't play Medieval 2. Rome 2. I hadn't even heard about that. Rome 1 is actually my first exposure to the Total War series, and I actually rather enjoyed that. Not that I'm aware of Fire Lancer. I think, okay. I do know that Malfurion had to be, well, I shouldn't say Malfurion, the Druids in general, the Night Elves in general had to be taught Druidism, whereas the Tauren had known it before then. Maybe they just didn't call it Druidism. That might be the distinction. Primitive Druidism, you know, that kind of a thing. Let's say, I know Cenarius taught Malfurion, and was going to teach Illidan until things kind of went sour with that. You know, I wish Ancient Protectors were even half this good in Warcraft 3. I mean, seriously. No, I hadn't even heard about that, Hylisk. Oop, let's go ahead and turn this in. Stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. Can I, like, do this all the time?
I am honored.
Hello, Azura. You have performed excellently up there. We are fortunate to have you with us. I haven't yet received word regarding their leader. If you haven't spoken with Sandria to the back of the veil, be sure you do so before you depart.
Goddess, watch over you.
Either way, regardless of who actually started Druidism, the Taurens have been Druids for a ridiculously long period of time. And in lore, Druidism is not limited to a race, as I've discussed many, many, many times. So anyone with the time and interest and investment can do so.
I am honored.
It's good to meet you. Word's been sent to the efforts have been made against the trolls, and I must admit, I'm a bit impressed. I'm so impressed I'm going to run away from you. The final fight is upon us. I hope you're prepared. Their leader and his guards are before us. My sentinels are ready to take the guard. We only awaited this arrow to seal their leader's fate. Let me know when you're prepared. As soon as my sentinels engage, I will shatter the leader's shield, and we will assault him together. Strike swiftly. We can rout this threat to our lands here and now. Let's do it.
Goddess, watch over you. Hello.
Let's do it. We're probably too late because that other player... hashtag other players. Yeah, no kidding, Takoida. Back when I used to play Warcraft 3 a lot more than I do now, I used to be big on defensive strategies, especially if I was playing with an ally. So, you can imagine my shock when I first started playing Night Elves and found out that their defenses were terrible. Their static defenses, I should say. Their mobile defenses, using their armed forces as a mobile defense troop is actually pretty nice.
What brings you here?
Well, while we're waiting... Oh, hang on.
Hello. I am honored.
I actually used to play a lot of TDs back in Warcraft 3. Mostly the malls. I was really fond of the mall style. What's this? A missive. This letter from Girosh Hillscream makes the suspicions that were raised during the offensive... makes clear the suspicions that were raised during the offensive on the Shadowspear. The presence of Forsaken at the Tower Ruins and Horde supplies and enforcers were only the start. Girosh himself contacted the Shadowspear to spur the offensive towards Lor'danel. It would seem he fully intends to push from the south as well.
How may I help?
Hey, I can tell her I'm ready for the attack now. We owe a great debt to you for all you've done. Not often can we claim victory so decisively, but it seems there's far more to this plot than just the Shadowspear.
Del Nadris.
I like how she specifically says, make sure to check the body for the next quest, if you haven't already. Yeah, let's go make sure Garrosh dies a horrible bloody death. What do you guys think, huh? Death to the disgusting horde! Seriously. I'm totally down with death to the disgusting horde. Yeah, the only real thing in Warcraft 3 where the defensive emplacement thing worked was as the undead. In which case it was brutal under the right circumstances.
Ishnu Allah.
You're back. I hear the battle went well. Yeah, I know, Nerozaz. Well, this news is disturbing indeed. I will start dispatching messengers to Ashenvale immediately and see if we can't get some reinforcements prepared for them. I cannot thank you enough for all your help you've lent us during these trying times. Such heroic deeds deserve rewards, but this is Blue Gear, so here you go.
Be careful.
So, one thing I want to point out really quick. The Night Elves, I feel, have been getting better as a people. I can point to a bit of evidence about that. So for those of you not aware, there's actually been contention over Ashara for some time. We'll see a little bit of that when we go through there as the Horde, especially given its proximity to Ashenvale and the Horde's tendency to just take and consume. Excuse me. After Garrosh died, and the Horde and the Alliance sat down to write up some actual peace accords between the two factions, one of the stipulations that the Night Elves, Tyrande herself actually put in, was that the Horde would be allowed to keep Ashara and they wouldn't try to contest it. Now, on the one hand, that's still kind of uppity and Night Elfy, isn't it? Oh, we will allow you to maintain the claim on the land that you clearly own and have been developing for some time. But on the other hand, the fact that they're willing to do that as opposed to their old usual response, which is, I'm going to kill the unliving crap out of you for disturbing that land, that is a step in the right direction, so... I'm sorry, Azura. Blue Gear, okay. This actually isn't true anymore. At least it hasn't been for some time. So here's how this works. All equipment has what is referred to as an item budget, okay? This is how they math out everything when it comes to equipment. I've actually talked about this extensively before. Basically, each stat on this has a value attached to it. So every point of agility, these are made-up numbers, but every point of agility costs, for example, 1 item level. Every point of stamina costs 1, every point of crit costs 1. This is made-up numbers. So the overall point cost of this equipment would be 9, right? So that's the item budget of a given item. Now, item budget is usually determined by item level, and so each given item budget is what determines how good a piece of gear can be. This gives Blizzard the ability to determine how good any given piece of gear is, regardless of the actual stats that are on it. It's pretty much the only way to actually balance a game that has so many stats in it, to math out an equivalent value for each stat, right? So, back in the day, and this hasn't been true for a while, there was gray gear, white gear, green gear, blue gear, purple gear, and then orange gear, and that was basically it. And so an item of blue gear had a higher item budget, and a purple gear had even higher, and orange had even higher on top of that. So they had very, very high item budget, and that's what made blue gear better than green, and purple gear better than blue, and so forth and so on. That isn't really true anymore. It actually hasn't been true for a really long time. Nowadays, it's all about item levels. For example, this has an item level of 15. That's what determines its quality. At this point in time, the variance between green, blue, and purple is almost entirely cosmetic. And it's one of the things that I feel like they should either just get rid of the colors completely, or try to make it more clear that the difference between colors doesn't actually really mean anything in particular. The stated reason why they have continued using the colors is for people who don't want to think about the math or the item level. In other words, if you are at high level and you get a blue piece of gear, you can tell, just because it's blue, that it's better than a green piece of gear most of the time, even though that's not 100% true. So in other words, for people who don't actually want to to think about item levels, item budgets, stat, min-maxing, any of that. They can just say, well, I've got a piece of blue gear and a purple just dropped, therefore a purple is better. I personally think they should kind of get rid of that, especially since so many people have complained so much about everyone has purples now, is one of the big complaints that I hear many, many times. And while that is true to an extent or another, the problem is the very value of a purple item doesn't exist anymore, you know? And there's a huge gap in between the value of purple items. So, just my thoughts on it. They either need to come up with a new color system, or they need to abandon the color system entirely. One of the two. Anyways. I don't know, Dakota, with regards to the Tyrande thing, unfortunately.
What brings you here?
I just wanted to give you my sincerest thanks for all you've done for us. In my grief, I'm afraid I didn't extend the gratitude you truly deserve. We may not have made it here without you. Know that you will always have friends here, and you needn't worry about loneliness. Grimclaw has taken to keeping me company, and I have to say he's a more comforting companion than I would expect.
Be careful.
By the way, this is kind of neat. The gentleman who
How may I
lost his
help?
wife and the bear who lost his companion end up kind of hanging out together in order to comfort each other. That's actually a nice touch. I'm okay with that, Darch Monster. And what Hylisk says is true. People complain about absolutely frickin' everything, so... I don't really mind or care about the color system personally. Oh, hey, I got a Withers. When did I get a Withers? Seriously, when did that happen? Oh, well. Anyways.
How may I help?
We're not fully aware of the intentions of the Twilight's hammer to the southwest. We fear an attack on Lor'danel. However, their motives might go well beyond that. I need you to go to the encampment and get your hands on their plans.
Good luck, friend.
The group of the Twilight Hammer have set up camp southwest of here. They're preparing an army of water elementals to use against Lor'danel. Their leader, High Cultist Azarin, has a pact with the dark, old gods that grant his sect power over the elements. The Cataclysm has left the elemental spirits in disarray. It's only a matter of time until they have enough elementals to overcome our
Goddess
defenses.
watch over you.
Hello, Raskar. How are you today? Hey, we're almost 20. Yay! So yeah, now it's time to go ahead and actually start going against our real enemies. The Shadowspear, the disgusting horde. No, that's a distraction. That's Garrosh being an idiot, and people reacting to him. Our real threat this expansion is the Twilight's Hammer, and everything, the overall forces of the Unzoth powers, which is like I said, it's like 5 or 6 different factions. I mean, you've got the Tolvir, you've got Alakir's forces, you've got Ragnaros' forces, you've got the Twilight's Hammer as an aggregate, you've got the Ashara Naga, you've got the Naraki. That's at least 6 groups, and I can't think of any of those off the top of my head. Okay, so they did this thing called an item squish, which is funny, because the item squish was actually a really good idea, relatively speaking. And the catch is, most people assume they did it for one reason, and the reason behind that is because they didn't communicate properly why they were doing it. The item squish was done because of Raw Den. I'm just going to say it flat out. Raw Den is why the item squish became a thing. They actually reached the point where the stat values were actually mathematically going higher than what the engine was supporting, and it was causing issues. So they needed to do a squish. And so they did this massive universal squish in order to prevent that from being an issue again. Along with that, of course, had to come a stat, an item level squish, and stat squish. So rather than having 100 per grillion insert stat here, you would have like 200 of it instead. Then they immediately had a massive exponential increase in stats as soon as you hit Warlord's raids. I'd love to give you a reason for that, but I don't know what that reason is. Like, maybe there is a reason. If anybody knows, please feel free to share. But it seems so weird that they implemented this new system, which I was overall in favor of, I want to make clear. And it was relatively well done. There are the occasional holes. In fact, some of the stuff we've encountered in this lore run is holes in the stat squish. You know, places where they didn't balance things properly in a quest or a dungeon or an instance or whatever, because to accommodate the stat squish. In fact, for a while there, certain bosses were literally impossible. Deathwing Spine, excuse me, because of the stat squish, and them not actually balancing the encounter down to the stat squish as well. But yeah, then they just turned around and immediately screwed it up. I don't know why. I don't know why they did that. It was a perfectly logical, reasonable idea to do. And I don't know why they pretty much immediately abandoned it. Anyway, so why does anyone join the Twilight Ceremony? I actually went through a whole thing the other day about, you know, how you make a pact with the old gods. It's actually really simple. First you say, "Old gods, I will serve you if you'll give me power." And the old gods say, "Sure, we're okay with that." So there you go, you have contacted the old gods, you've made a pact with them. And as you interact with them, you totally don't go slowly crazy and corrupted bit by bit until you're little more than their mindless, screaming slave. And that's how you make a pact with an old god. Only twice in my life, G-Juice. But both times were absolutely terrible. The most recent one, for the kidney stones issue that I had a couple years ago, I was in debilitating, massive, horrific pain for a fairly long period of time after that. I actually had to be on pills both for pain and nausea, because both were so severe I literally couldn't walk. When they took me out of the urologist's office, I had to be carried out to the car. That's not an exaggeration. I physically couldn't walk. It was bad. The good news is, once it starts getting better, it starts getting better quickly. So, from my experience, it's going to be like, oh, this is the most horrific thing ever. And it's going to stay that for a while. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to try and sugarcoat this. But once it starts getting better, it starts getting better like that. It's just kind of fades and goes away. And then you feel much better. And then you feel much, much better. And then the recovery will basically be over. You just got to take it easy. Once you start hitting that phase, this is my best piece of advice. Once you start feeling so much better because all the pain and anguish is faded, don't push yourself. You have to remember that that's faded because you're over the worst of it. And a lot of people will be like, oh, I feel so much better now because I can actually, you know, function again as a person. Yay! You need to keep resting. You need to keep recovering at that point in time. Just keep that in mind. Probably Hylisk. We'll see, I guess. I don't actually know. Oh! Okay.
What brings you here?
Ah, you've done well, Leaf Song. The Twilight's Hammer is a dangerous cult. It would be foolish to underestimate the danger they present. Yeah, no kidding. Hey, we're friendly with Gilneas. Have you obtained their plans yet, Leaf Song? Excellent job. Now give me a moment to examine these.
Be careful.
By a loon. It appears that those we feared dead from the attack on old Auberdine have taken refuge in a camp outside the town ruins, and the cultists are planning on making quick work of them. It's a good thing you successfully attacked their position. Seek out the priestess, quick!
Farewell.
To Auberdine! Guys, we're finally going to deliver the message. We're going to do it. For the Horde. Hell, when I had my leg ripped open and a metal plate put in there instead of bone, it took me... It was 2005. It took me a little under a year and a half to be able to walk normally after that. I got there, but it took me a while. Now, in fairness, part of that is my fault because I didn't have the money for physical therapy. So I just kind of had to make do myself, you know. I have to admit, I actually rather enjoy the visual aesthetic of the Twilight stuff. It's very gothic, dark, tortury, you know, without going over the top with it. It's not actually gross or unpleasant to look at. Similarly, in lore, most of this stuff is actually made with distilled elementium, which I kind of like. Oh God, Zoan. Whee. free healthcare. Welcome to America. Anyways, don't want to get into that. Hey, Untrustful, haven't seen you for a bit. So Valdezar? Am I saying that right? Valdezera? Anyways, the overall story of the old campaigns, of the old expansions, has still happened, yes. So, basically, all of the events of the previous expansions have actually happened in terms of the campaign, the story, the lore, etc. So, basically everything we're doing now, for example, is stuff that actually happened in the overall continuity.
What brings you here?
Thank you for coming to assistance. As you can see, the refugee situation here is dire. Yeah, I remember her.
May the stars guide you.
I like how she's a priest who is periodically casting heal on the refugees here. It's a nice touch.
I am honored.
What do you mean? I mean, I don't understand your question, I guess. Like, I'm going through the game now and I'm actually doing those events. So those events are actually happening live on camera, so to speak. So when I get to more modern stuff, you know, these events might be referenced, but they're referenced because they're events I already did, if that makes any sense. Anyways. On my flight south from Darnassus to seek out Malfurion Stormrage, I came across these injured refugees from the ruins of Auberdine. Their cause is just, and I am helping to heal them, but their injuries are numerous and it will take time. I trust you will be willing to lend them your aid as well. I've flown through the ruins of Auberdine on a scouting mission. There are 3 Twilight's Hammer cultists that are responsible for the elementals that have overrun and destroyed the town. Head west into the ruins, seek out and slay Cloudtamer Wildmane, Windmaster Zuzu, and Skylord Brax. Only then will the Bashal'Aran and her forces stand a chance of taking back their home.
Farewell.
It was only recently that we heard news of Malfurion's awakening. Mere moments before the cataclysm occurred. As soon as he regained consciousness, he gave a cryptic warning about the land splitting in two if something wasn't done, and how all the shockwaves were converging here on Darkshore. He then reportedly set off somewhere in this vicinity. I was sent here to help find him, but I've had my hands full helping the refugees.
Good luck, friend.
Yes, Valdezar. Valdezura? That's an accurate statement, I think. If we're going to retake the ruins of Auberdine back from the Twilight's Hammer, the elementals they've summoned must be dealt with on a permanent basis. That's where you come in. Look, I don't expect you to retake the town, but while we're healing up here, you can soften them up for us. To permanently deal with the frenzied cyclones, kill them. Take their bracers and put them in the Moonwell. That'll destroy the bracers and keep those elementals from being resummoned.
Good luck, friend.
For Auberdine, as the saying goes. Make sure I have all my abilities on my bar here. Looks like I do, though. Yes, I am. This is actually happening live on the actual servers. I wouldn't stream a private server, even if I had the inclination to do so. It is questionably illegal, and I don't feel like dealing with that, basically. So hands up, how many people remember Auberdine fondly? I'll go ahead and raise my hand here. It's kind of weird going back through Auberdine like this. They actually literally shattered the terrain around here because of the impact. And as you can see, the river's gotten a little bit worse. God, look at the angle of this. Look at this. Here's where Taldan served his last drink. And here's where the docks used to be. I suppose you could say the docks are still here, for some definitions of the docks. That's weird, Valdezar. Valdezar? Yeah, no, you can totally play it. In fact, we've already played most of that stuff live for the Lorerun, so yeah. There is some content you can't go back and do, but the vast majority of it is still there. Hello, Da Vinci. Haven't seen you in a bit. That's 5. It's okay. We all know what it's like to be broke around here. But you don't like Loch Madon being a wasteland of doom? God, this place is camped. Hashtag other players. So this is actually a really messed up situation. So here's the Flight Master. In case you don't get the point here, when you would attack a Flight Master, I don't even know if this is true anymore, but whenever you would attack a Flight Master back in vanilla, they would immediately spawn a bunch of wyverns / hippogriffs / griffins / whatever, and attack whoever attacked them with it. So as you can see, in her final moments, she managed to summon several hippogriffs there, and well, obviously that didn't help. I don't think it's quite that big, Hylisk. I suppose I should rephrase my statement. If we're counting content that was in vanilla and BC and whatnot, you know, pre-Cata content, I'll agree with you. But I can't agree with you on the overall amount of content in all of WoW because, yeah, obvious.
Goddess, bless you.
Your friends back at the refugee camp are unaware of the true and imminent danger the Twilight's Hammer cultists have already brought into this world. For you to deal with that, we'll need you to first get some help from the dead of Auberdine. Search through the ruins of town and find the corpses of the people you've already
Go
talked
in
to.
peace.
Coax their spirits to come talk with me. I don't have my dashboard up. Give me just a second. Well, thank you, Zawan, I think. I imagine you're putting it for your usual preference. Cool me crazy. So I'll just go ahead and add that here. And thank you to Zawan Joker. I wouldn't mind that, Nerozos. Be quick. As long as it was quick, that's really the important part. Give up your spirit, Taldan. Hey, look. Wisps. Oh, by the way, interesting little additional factoid about the wisps, you know, because we were talking about them yesterday. Trolls consistently refer to wisps as Loa. Not actually sure, you know, the significance of that, but I thought I'd mention it. I plan to, probably during some of my time off, possibly today while I'm eating or whatever, to make a trip to an auction house and see if I can't get some kind of suit going for our characters. Getting a Crayola suit's going to be very, very difficult because of the whole, you know, all of Cata gear looks the same kind of a thing. So we'll see what we can do about it. No promises. There's no dwarf up here. You lied to me, Raskor. I must destroy you forever. Cyclone, oh god, Cyclone. Oh god, I'm just going to get out of there. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm going to say this as honestly as I can, Epic Da Vinci. Only idiots think WoW is dying. There we go. It's just how it is. I mean, seriously, we've been hearing about how WoW is dying since BC came out. In fact, actually, that's still not getting across the point. There have been people saying that WoW is dying ever since... I think the first I ever heard of it personally was during the Encourage patch. So, I'm going to Zawan. I'm going to. I need to get mount training when I'm there, too. I only play on official servers. Avidas? Am I saying that right? Yes, I am dying, guys. Just like we all are. Every single day of our lives. Come to me, spirits. We gonna use the voodoo to get revenge. Of course there are less... Do I have to explain this for the 50th time? Of course there are less players. That is natural and logical. Anyone who thinks that the subs would not decline is also an idiot for not understanding the nature of marketing, markets in general, and the way MMOs work, and always have worked. And always will work. Yeah, as Rasker points out, yeah, there will be a stabilization in subs. We haven't even hit that yet. We haven't even hit the stabilization point in subs yet for a while. I have to admit, I am curious what Legion does. Lots of new subs came back for Warlords, which is a bit of a damn shame, actually. Because as much as I enjoy Warlords, I will not argue that Warlords is a bit of a lackluster expansion. And that probably permanently damaged a large number of people's impressions of WoW. To the point where most people won't give WoW a chance, even if Legion is really, really good. But that's the risk you run. People who actually want to play WoW will still come back for Legion, or are already playing for Legion. Lose sense of touch. Does that also include losing sense of taste, smell, anything like that? Because that's an important thing that needs to be clarified. Yeah, we'll see what Legion does, content-wise. Aha! There she is!
How are you?
There was this massive earthquake, and next thing, everything went black. Next thing I know, I wake up here a prisoner. No place has ever run with air elementals. I hope everyone's okay. These Twilight Hammer scum better not hurt any of my friends. Quick, Druid, use something sharp to jimmy the lock and the ball and chain. Together, we can make it to the refugee camp.
See you soon.
Great, let's get out of here. I don't really have a weapon, so I'd appreciate if you could, protect me. Yeah, apparently, I kind of remembered that too, Raskor. That's why I came up here. I was a little surprised by this. So, losing sense of taste. Under the right circumstances, I would take that bargain, but only if I had power to go with it. The only point in eternal life is the ability to use it for the sake of others. For me. So, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I am a defender of Warlords because I enjoy a lot of things in Warlords. And as I've said many, many times, Warlords did a lot of things very right. But it also did a lot of things very wrong. And that's just the reality of it. Look, he's dead. Yes, they're all dead. Their spirits are actually around me as we speak. No, ma'am, we don't have... I know, FM Nido. I get really, really sick of hearing people use the word casual as if it's the biggest insult that they can hurl. I get sick of that mentality, very much so. Oh, jeez, where are you going? Oh, God. This never would have happened to Ironforge. While that's partially true, it's really only because of where Ironforge is, not so much as the fact that it's Ironforge. I know an Arc Delver, and I get sick of both terms. I try very, very hard not to use either word, because they're such charged words at this point in time, you know? I tried really hard not to use the term hardcore or casual. Especially since both terms are actually technically meaningless when you really think about it. By the way, I was asked recently about my thoughts on the gaming market as a whole, and I started to realize that we actually have a possible situation in the future, which I'm not sure what I think of. Mobile gaming may force non-mobile gaming, I don't know what else to call it, regular gaming, I don't know, old gaming, into a niche market over time. Actually, I've been going out of my way not to decide that yet, Breno. I'm also really curious about... So they're doing a lot of changes to the specs in general, not just, you know, the big ones like Hunters being really revamped and Warlocks being really revamped. So I'm going to be looking a little bit more into the actual spec changes to determine which specs I actually use primarily. Except for my warrior, who will be a tank, because of course he will. I mean, seriously, it's not even a question.
Elune be with you.
So much death and pain. Can there be any doubt there is more yet to come? Oh yeah, it's going to get a lot worse. All I wish to do is move onward to the goddess's embrace. But first, let's see if we can keep more misery and destruction from being spread. Escorting is almost in our world, but he can still be dealt with. At the end of the dock floats a ritual orb. I want you to complete the ritual, beckoning the elemental lord from his vortex. Trust me, Leafsong, I and the other spirits that you have freed will greatly weaken Escorting. However, it will be up to you to finish him off for good and save the Kaldari people of Darkshore from utter destruction.
Elune light your
Sorry, a good class for people who usually play heals. I'm going to go ahead and recommend Paladin or Priest. Both of those have some good solo potential in addition to being good healers. I'll explain what I mean, Hylisk, if people want me to discuss my reasoning about mobile gaming and how it's affecting other gaming. I really don't have a good term there. It boils down to money. I'll just go ahead and say that right now. And it's also kind of a byproduct of our culture as a whole right now. Oh, it's absolutely a different audience. That's partially my point, really. You dare. Today we'll see the end of Lor'danel, Malfurion, and you. Or tons of wisps could go and weaken you. I am a druid right now. There's nothing you or these other spirits can do to stop me. We shall see. Let us weaken him, my friends. This is kind of cool, actually. After all, remember, ancestral spirits do have power of themselves. It's one of the reasons why ancestral magic is a thing. And he's not an elite anymore, so he's screwed. Thank you. Come again. Okay, so while I run back, I'll go ahead and explain. It's not about the market. It's not about us, okay? We're not what will determine that. The problem is, if you look at how much money it costs to make mobile games, how much money they make, the net profit of mobile games is more appealing to people who are interested in short-term gains, aka stockholders, shareholders, and the people who actually make the decisions when it comes to companies. So we've already seen a large number of companies have been slowly transitioning, as Axe Juggling just mentioned, into mobile development in place of regular development, because it is so much less overhead and it's so much cheaper and easier to do. And again, it's not actually more profitable long term, but on a quarterly returns sheet, and for the shareholders, see around FM Nito, it does actually look significantly more profitable. Now, the problem is right now mobile gaming is already completely flooded. Seriously, go open your iPad or your iPhone or whatever, and just go look at the mobile games. You will see literally tens of thousands of random mobile games, and a huge number of them are basically the same game. Because there's nothing governing the market right now. But the problem is, people who are in charge, the people actually making the decisions, aren't thinking long term. They're not thinking creatively. They're not thinking about what will be, what markets exist. They're not thinking about whether or not they should affect it. In other words, let me just make my statement plainly here. Mobile gaming is going to have to it happen what happened back in the 80s. Okay? The difference is, back in the 80s, gaming in general basically collapsed because of the total destruction of consumer trust, right? But mobile gaming will always maintain some level of a market because of the fact that there is such a huge market for mobile gaming. And this is where the cultural perspective comes into things. How much free time do you have in your life? How much free time do you have now compared to how much free time you had 5 years ago? As we get older as an actual species, in addition to individually, less and less of our time is available to be put into whatever things we want to do in terms of our enjoyment of life. How many of you have the ability to sit down and play 4 hours of a deep invested game, really sink your teeth into an RPG or something like that? Now, it is possible some of my viewers don't actually know how this works because they might be too young, but as you get older, you get less and less free time. More of your attention, more of your focus has to be devoted towards existing. We get busier, in other words. And so for a huge, huge market of people, they have cracks, is what I like to call it, cracks in their times. They don't have time to sit down and pull out a 3DS and play a game for a while. They have 10 minutes as they're waiting for their order to come in, or as they're transiting to work, or as they're waiting in the elevator, or as they've got a meeting in 20 minutes, but they have nothing to do for that 20 minutes. So you flip out your phone and you play a non-investment, non-big deal game that you can just play for 15 minutes, then you put it back away and you go back to your busy life. That right there is the market. Those people, that overwhelming majority. Now, I will say this, I can't speak for any country that is not the United States. But here in the United States, the vast, vast majority of people do not have real free time in order to invest in things. And that is the market for mobile gaming right there. Bam. That is their market. The people who just want to do something non-commitment, non-investment, and yet just do something for a brief period of time. Now, let me explain what I mean by non-investment. Because you're probably thinking, well, no, people spend tons of money on mobile games. That's not what I mean. What I mean by non-investment is there are certain games where in order to get enjoyment out of the game, you have to sit down and dedicate 4 or 6 or whatever hours to it, right? You know, how many of you, maybe this is just me, but, you know, I can't just sit and play Fallout 3 for 15 minutes, you know? That I'm not getting my enjoyment out of the game. I have to sink myself into the game, invest myself into the game, even on an individual session basis, to really pull the enjoyment out of the game. A low investment game is a game where you can get enjoyment out of it for playing it for 15 minutes. You don't have to sink so much time into it in one big session. With me? So I'm not saying that you don't get invested in the game. There are people who get very, very serious about mobile games. There are people who get very serious about them, spend tons of money about them, etc. Excuse me. So, again, we see that market comes right back into the view. So, the point is, there have already been companies that have been leaning towards mobile development. And there are already companies that have given up completely on everything other than mobile development. And it's very understandable why. From the false and frankly short-term perspective of the shareholder problem that I have preached for years as a problem with corporate America, it is better, I'm going to put that in quotes, better to go into this kind of a market than trying to devote yourself towards a more long-term market, right? So it is my belief that what will happen over time is this will continue to accelerate to the point where there will always be a market for regular games, right? You know, the other games. The games like this, games like, I don't know, Bravely Default or whatever. You know, games that are not mobile games, investment games, if you will. But that market will overall shrink because the number of developers producing for it will also shrink. Now, I don't think there's going to be a collapse of the gaming industry. I think that's fundamentally impossible at this point in time. Our entire economy and the very concept of the entertainment industry has moved forward so far at this point that that's impossible. The only way for gaming to have a whole gaming crash like we did back in the 80s is for aliens to invade and destroy all the Nintendos or something like that. It's not happening, is what I'm trying to say. there will always be niche markets. There will always be aspects of gaming production that will continue on regardless. But that's for gaming as a whole. All of gaming, which is such a huge market. It's not even a market. That's the point. There are markets upon markets that gaming covers at this point in time. So, anyways, right, back to questing.
What's on your mind?
Ah, you're the fine lass who saved me, Holly. I've got a fitting reward for you, I'm sure. I can't really thank you enough for bringing her to safety.
Watch your back.
I am honored.
We cannot thank you enough, Leaf Song. Now we have a fighting chance to retake the ruins as soon as we are in better health. Oh, fine, here.
Del Nadris.
Ding. Big ding. Relevant ding. Well, PC gaming didn't actually exist at the time, Zawan. That's part of my point. I mean, it did, but only if you pull it technically. As I talked about in my Doom video, PC gaming didn't really become a thing until about the early 90s. Old PC gaming, aka the old computer gaming market, was very, very tiny and very ill-developed and had a very, very small market spectrum, I think is the best way to put that. So, while that did survive the crash, it survived the crash because it was so minuscule that it couldn't have possibly been affected by it. Oh, I'm being invited to a guild. Yay! Yes, Psychotic. And by races, I mean classes. Any Warlock or Paladin don't need to go do that. Well, that is actually very possible, axe juggling, and another way to accomplish the same general thing that I was just mentioning. Ugh. There we go. Let's go turn in this guy.
Voila.
Without those three coaxing them, perhaps the elementals into Auberdine will be stemmed. Thank you, Leafsong.
Denadris.
Oh my god, did you go away forever and ever? Where's the do not accept? Where's the do not accept? Where is it? Seriously. It should be on anyways. Oh, there it is. It's right there. There. Block everything. Okay. What was I saying? That doesn't matter.
Peace be with you.
You've returned. What news do you bring? Yalda, the spirits of the other ruins of Auberdine? He ponders what you convey. I remember them all. They'll be dearly missed, but they have moved on into the goddess's embrace, and that is for the best. And Dora Thoros and Nithil for your troubles. May your troubles be diminished, Leaf Song.
Go in peace.
Generic Unity asset. Oh my god. I love the Unity engine. Let me make that fundamentally clear. The Unity engine is amazing. But you need to do something with it. Don't just grab it and slap some pre-bought assets onto it. Come on. And God, remember when zombie games were coming out just all over the place? And all of them had a crafting element? Wow, this is a hell of a vortex. I can't even show this thing to you properly because I'm trying to get in first person mode. There we go. Look at this sucker. Holy moly, this is really, really devastating looking. Like I said, my biggest concern, Hylisk, is that we're going to lose development of regular games to mobile games. And again, not because developers want to do that, but because the publishers want to do it, but because it's a smart move when it comes to a corporate mindset. Like I said. Yeah, by the way, those are dragons up there. Oh, sure, Nicholas, hang on. Permit. Nick 99. Alas. There you go.
May Elune grant us strength.
There's no time to waste, Druid. It is taking every ounce of my power to keep Darkshore's entire landmass from being shattered and swept into the oceans. You must listen to me very carefully.
Hail to the night.
Standing in the way of nature is heresy. Wow, really? Even when nature's force is a destructive one. The forces that would destroy Darkshore are not natural, however. I will not let this land be torn asunder. So yeah, this giant crack I referenced earlier, this is about to get worse if he doesn't succeed here.
May Elune grant us strength.
If we are to stabilize the forces of nature, we'll need every bit of help we can get. The Furbog of the Blackwood tribe have long inhabited the area and have strong ties to the land. Their elder shaman, Elder Brownpaw, wields great power over the elements. His assistance would be invaluable.
Hail to the night.
The Wildkin were once numerous on the Darkshore. Such are their ties to the land that the Cataclysm has shattered Darkshore and decimated their numbers. The Wildkin Arum is the last of his tribe and is a powerful elder with a strong connection to Elune.
May Elune grant us
Nothing
strength.
will repair the land quicker than the strength of those who inhabit it. We Night Elves are fortunate that some of our best allies happen to be both the land and its inhabitants at once. The Ancient of War known as Selen is charged with guarding the ruins of Emetharan to the south. Go and seek his help. Also, I rather enjoy playing as Malfurion in Heart the Storm. He's actually among my favorite healer types. Excuse me. By the way, he just referenced something that I actually told you about already. The idea that this was an elf at one point in time. This sucker right here. It is, if the great Malfurion requires my presence, it is my duty to heed his call. It is also my duty to protect these ruins. Perhaps you can help me fulfill both obligations. I would be neglecting my responsibility if I abandoned my post just now. With so many elementals raging out of control, let's deal with them first, before we see how we can aid Malfurion. What say you? Done! Let's do it. Ba-ba-da-ba. Kill them all. Do-do-do-do. Leave none alive. Da-da-da-da. Oh, that's your balance bar. Lunar power and solar power, respectively. Sorry, Isaac, I didn't even catch your question there. I actually talked about that earlier. Basically, on one side you're doing arcane damage, on the other side you're doing nature damage, and Wrath and Starfire, respectively. I have no idea what server I'm playing on. Those are troll teeth, aren't they? It all makes sense in the end. In fact, they do kind of look like trolls, don't they? Become clear, Leaf Song. The elements won't be calm until Malfurion succeeds in returning balance. Aiding him is also fulfilling my task. My duty here has been fulfilled as best it can. Send word to Malfurion I'll be joining him soon. Good luck. Alright, next one is over here. Actually, yeah, Isaac. I remember that class because I played as it during the beta. I have in great respect for Malfurion Stormrage. I cannot, however, leave my people in their time of need. I'm going to quote Shepard here really quick. Sometimes I just wish I could walk up and say I need your help, and they're like, alright, let's go, right now. No other little things you need help with. With most of our brethren losing their ways to madness of corruption, it would seem we have little choice but to ally with you, Night Elf. You can count on our aid once you've proven we can count on yours. As you can see, my people are having a bit of a problem with the fire elementals. Help fight them using this totem on their fiery remains. They will return to where they belong, whether they want to or not. Holy crap, yeah. Ragnaros' minions were given a little bit of a free reign over here, you can see. So right here, this is basically what Ragnaros wants. This is the goal for Ragnaros. He wants to burn the whole world. Now you're thinking, oh my god, he's so evil. Well, that's debatable. Remember, he doesn't want to kill or hurt, as weird as that sounds. He wants to burn. He actually wants to burn the entire world. That's literally his goal. It's one of the reasons why the fire elementals were in such contest back in the day, because for some reason the other elementals didn't want him to burn the world. Yeah, the Codex was a good feature in Warhammer. I liked that. So, one of the basically, if you don't know, the old gods don't actually serve the the elemental lords don't actually serve the old gods. They were bound, forced to serve them. But that was after the war, when the elementals fought back against the old gods. So, as of the modern era, where the old gods are restrained and don't actually have the ability to command the elemental lords, they had to bargain with them to gain their service. Now, the method by which they gained Ragnaros' service was actually really, really simple. And it's so wonderful in its simplicity. They said, Ragnaros, if you join us, we'll let you burn everything. And Ragnaros says, I could burn everything without you. And the old gods say, no. We could assist you in burning. We could summon your people to burn. And Ragnaros is like, that does sound fairly appealing, actually. Maybe I will join you. And so Ragnaros was actually bargained with to join the forces of the old gods in Unzoth during the Cataclysm. Interesting, Nicholas. What story was that? The element of fire is unique, and that attacking it indiscriminately can also lead to it spreading further, succeeding only in agitating its flames. We are wiser than that, Leaf Song. We are going to dispose of it properly. Their fiery spirits are contained in the totem now. Take it to the top of the jagged reef and set it on the ground. The totem's soothing energies will slowly wash over the elementals till their fury simmers down to calm. You must protect the totem, for fire does not react favorably to the ritual of soothing. I actually once heard Sci-Fi Debris compare... He was actually talking about AI, but his statement actually applies to the elementals very, very well. It boils down to this. What they like is not what we like. So, say for us, things that are logical and enjoyable to us that we want, power, money, prestige, men, women, love, good food, all of that doesn't apply to them. Those are alien concepts to them. His comparison was, what if, theoretically speaking, an AI really, really loved crunching numbers? Just calculating the value of pi, for example. And that's something that is enjoyable to them. And it's not that hard of a concept to perceive. After all, what they would enjoy is in no way necessarily connected to what we would enjoy, right? It's the same kind of concept with... yeah, exactly, Raskar. Say, some of you probably heard this speech. It's the same concept with the elemental lords. Ragnaros doesn't want power or prestige or wealth or money or women or anything like that. He wants to burn things. He wants things that will enable him to crush and destroy and ruin and rebirth. The burning concept. Again, that's what is enjoyable to him, in the same way that a really nice meal or a good piece of music or a good book or whatever is enjoyable to us. And so it's kind of funny to me that, relatively speaking, it's actually very, very easy to make a pact with any given elemental because their desires are very well understood, even if they are completely alien to ours. That's also one of the reasons why the old gods were so easily capable of bargaining for Ragnaros' power, because Ragnaros' desire is something that coincides with what the old gods want. They want the world to burn. Now, Alakir, he's a little bit different, but I'll actually save his discussion for later, since he's not particularly relevant at the moment. Well, thank you, Makai, or MC Kai. I'm not sure how you want that pronounced. But yeah, I tend to be the story guy, so, yeah. We are in your debt, Leaf Song. Perhaps now, with Malfurion's help, we can save the rest of Darkshore. It won't be immediate, but the elemental's anger will soon die down, and my people will live to fight another day. I will help go with you, and help Malfurion in any way that I can. Hey, Godric, welcome back. Alright, I need to go talk to the Wildkin. Yeah, like I said, unlike, say, an AI, in which we'd have to guess at what they like, we know exactly what the elementals like. Now, what I find interesting and amusing is it's also very logical why Neptulon and the water elementals are not on the side of Unzoth. In fact, they are actively opposed to him and their forces. Why? Well, because the oceans and everything within them was promised to the Naga, and they were allowed to corrupt and poison and mutilate the oceans. And Neptulon is very much not in favor of that, right? Now, what Isaac poses is actually a very interesting question, since Ragnaros' nature is to burn. In fact, even without a Fire Lord, another Lord of Fire will eventually blossom, for lack of a better term. So there always has to be one Lord of each of the elements, regardless. And so it's debatable if it's part of their nature, or if it is something that they genuinely enjoy. I can only speculate on that, though. A terrible sadness surrounds the creature. Its eyes stare beyond you as you approach it. It hoots sadly as it addresses you. A room is lost of tribe. Others won't rest, need funeral pyre. Bring a room feathers of others. Let them rest. Then a room help you. In case you're missing it, yes, that is a wildkin who is actually communicative, sentient, sapient, etc. Yeah, by the way, fun factoid about the Alexstrasza is life thing. Yes, we did, Zawan. He is actually the first elemental lord to be destroyed in lore. He's gone, so there's going to be another air lord too. I actually feel like that was a plot thread that was supposed to be developed more, because they make a big deal about Ragnaros, but they barely mention Alakir, even though it feels like they should have done more with that. Anyways, Bolvar is alive. He's not dead, he's not undead, he's not undying. He is actually a living being. He's just a being that died and was brought back to life, not undeath, but to life by Alexstrasza's power, which it's gotta suck, really, when you think about it. Just a little bit of an interesting anecdote there. But yes, because Alakir was destroyed within the plane of air, he's gone. He is gone and not coming back. I really wish they had developed the elementals of air a little bit more in Kata. Another little aspect of cut content. I should rephrase that. I imagine it is an aspect of cut content, based on the way it's presented. There's never been a confirmation. Unlike the Abyssal Maw and the rest of the Vashir story, which we know for a fact was cut content. It just feels like there was supposed to be more to the Elemental Air storyline and Alakir's storyline. I actually did that myself, Raskor, back in the day. Basically, yes, Isaac. We'll see how well that works out in the future. And yes, in response to Pupcock's question there, Ragnaros is permagone. He is now dead and not returning. He's out for the count. I actually mentioned that when we did MC back in the day. Because, yeah. When we defeated Ragnaros in MC, not only was he at partial strength, thanks to the improper summoning, and the too soon, but also because we defeated him there, he was just sent back to the Elemental Planes and spent however many years recovering his self. Well, Alexstrasza's fire is usually specifically associated with rebirth. Phoenix style, really. She herself says that during the one quest. It's very unlikely for her to burn out impurities in something and leave the husk, the living thing around. Behind. What usually happens for her is she burns something, and in so doing, kills it, destroys it, but then the fire that she breathes into it gives it new life. Bolvar just happened to already be dead when she got to him. Don't do it, Untrustful. I'm kidding. I really should have made a how many times I've resubbed to WoW because of you counter, because I've heard that, and I didn't know there was this much lore in the story comments quite a bit as we're going through this lore run, which admittedly kind of makes me smile. Well, that's an interesting question, Raskor. We don't know. it's debatable if a new Fire Lord would be a completely new entity, or if it would effectively be simply another Fire Lord. Let me use a parallel. How many of you out there have played the Elder Scrolls games? I imagine it's quite a few of you, so I'm just going to go ahead and move forward. This is a big spoiler for Elder Scrolls on the off chance you haven't played them, so this is your big chance to mute me if you don't want spoilers. Okay, that's your big chance right there. We, as the main character in Oblivion, we actually become Sheogorath. We actually replace him. Now, at the time, I actually had a theory about that, and in fact, it's funny because that theory turned out to be 100% correct, that over time we would be morphed by our station, by our status as the new Sheogorath. We actually became so like him that by the time Skyrim came around a century or two later, however long it is later, we're indiscernible from the original Sheogorath, even though we are actually a completely different individual from the original person, right? So it is possible, we don't know, but it is possible that any new Ragnaros that's created will effectively just be another Ragnaros, because they have been morphed by the station of being the Fire Lord into being just like him. So we don't actually know if it would be a completely separate person or if it would just be another version of the original. I am partially hopeful that the Warcraft Chronicles book will shed some light onto that, because it's going a little bit more deeper into the creation lore, and we know for a fact it's covering a lot of the old elemental stuff, so yeah, fingers crossed. Well, that's new. Thank you, Night Elf. Soon my kin will rest. We need a special flame for the ritual. We need Elun's fire. Uru's spirit wanders east of here. Uru carries torch of Elun. Bring here so spirit rests. Arun thanks you. I have admittedly dropped my sub several times in the past. I sub and resub and unsub and resub several times, and have for many, many years. And I'm unashamed of that. Some people have this, let's call it a fiction. How many of you have heard this story before? Oh, I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done with WoW. I'm never playing it again. I'm sick of it. I hate that game. Fast forward a few months. Man, they added this new thing in WoW, and it's really cool. And oh, dude, you should go resub with me. I know a few people personally like that, and I know I'm not the only one who knows a few people personally like that. I tend to have a little bit more of a pragmatic viewpoint of it. Sometimes I get bored of playing the same game over and over, so I unsub. And then, you know, a few months pass or whatever, and I feel the urge to play again, and I resub. It's real simple. No big drama, no, oh, I'm quitting forever. The only time I quit forever, and I admit this freely, is the time I already told you when I lost my first account. But I eventually wanted to play the game, like, really badly, and eventually I was like, alright, fine. And then I got this account. I think Janine kind of dragged me back in, too, if memory serves. I'm not sure about that. Anyways, my kin can rest. Wild kin with Elun, a room in your debt. A room help you now, return to Malfurion. I join you soon. Let's get a good, you know, like a double picture here. Moonkin on Moonkin action. There you go. These are going to be, once we actually get that glyph, these are going to become a lot less Moonkin-y. Hey, Kratzbon! Still makes me laugh. He still does that, doesn't he? Or does he? I don't know. I know he did in the raid, but I don't know if he does it in the 5-man. I don't think I've ever died to that boss in the 5-man. Anyways.
Hail to the night.
Excellent job. Selen's help in holding back this vortex has been invaluable.
May Elun grant us strength.
The Wildkin were once guardians of the land. It is good to hear they haven't all forgotten their old ways.
Hail to the night.
This is fortunate news, Leaf Song. The Furbog may be little more than a savage race, but their ties to the land are ancient, and their shamans are second to none. I know a couple of people who might disagree with you on that.
May Elune grant us strength.
Our efforts in containing the destruction don't appear to be quite enough. I fear we're going to need aid from beyond the waking world. Twilight cultists inside the Earth's Shatter Cavern to the east have opened a gateway to a nightmare-infested portion of the dream. They hold a green dragon prisoner named Thessara there. Go through the nightmare portal and free her. She will be a powerful ally. I can do that. Thank you, Artclose. I will take that as a compliment. Okay, we're okay. We lived. God, getting around this place without flying is kind of interesting. Clarify your question, Kovak. Do you mean did I like Diablo 1 and 2? Or do I still like Diablo 1 and 2? Because those are very, very different questions. I should probably heal. God, I love HOTS. HOTS are the best thing ever. HOTS was a great game. I also like HOTS. We need to come up with a new acronym. I can smell your fear, Druid. Do I still like them? Okay. No, I do not like Diablo 1. It has aged very, very badly, in my opinion. And any enjoyment I might get out of playing it would basically be a nostalgia factor thing. I'm not saying there isn't some nostalgia there. I spent a lot of time playing Diablo 1. Oh, Duzzy's the one. Awesome. Yeah. I can't say Diablo 1 has aged that well. And at this point in time, Diablo 2 has kind of faded from my enjoyment significantly. I haven't really enjoyed a replay of Diablo 2 in some time. Alright, let's do this. To the dream. Hey, what's up? Malfurion calls? Yes, I can hear his voice through the dream. His words are true, small one. The rift that threatens to split Darkshore in half also threatens the separation between this world and yours. Let me aid you in any way I can, lest further rifts between our worlds amplify the destruction taking place in both places. First, you must undo the shackles cast upon me by retrieving the Emerald Scroll from the Nightmare Guardians. I can do that. I can do it. You know, that's really funny you say that, Pyro, because that's been my idea for how they could do Warcraft 4 without interrupting WoW for years. So I think you and I are of a similar mind on that one, at least assuming that was your idea as well. Welcome to the dream. Or more like the nightmare. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Emerald Scroll. Quest item. This is just for you, Zoan. I actually do not, Draculas. I need to do that at some point, but I haven't really found time to. I have every class above 90, but I do not have every class at 100. Did you find it, Leaf Song? Ah, thank you. You're giving me my freedom. Let's see what we can do for your world now. Hold on tight. The journey back to the waking world will be a little rough on unprepared minds and bodies. But no! Ah! Can't we just take the portal back? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Through the tunnel. I know, Zuwan. I have been checking. I don't know if you'd notice. I'll usually glance over and be like, okay. I love the trees that are being blown around by the whirlwind, by the way.
Hail to the night.
You're just in time. I don't know how much longer we can hold out. What is... Twilight Riders circle the skies above the vortex. I fear it is their magic that has kept the cataclysmic forces from being contained by our efforts. Take to the skies with Thessera and destroy the writers and the portal from whence they came. We've got this, guys. Well, if there is a cow, he's probably not having a good time right about now. I like how I'm getting Eclipse procs. The basic story behind the Blood Elves? The Blood Elves used to be Night Elves who believed that arcane magic is something that Chase should utilize. The Night Elves disagreed with them, so the Night Elves banished them. The Blood Elves, the High Elves, journeyed east to the other kingdom, the other continent, the Eastern Kingdoms, where they founded an entirely new society called Althalaxx, and made an entity called the Sunwell out of one of the vials of the Well of Eternity that was gifted them by Illidan, way back. When they, fast forward, a few thousand years, about 6,800 years, give or take, and the Scourge came through and basically completely obliterated them as a society and crushed them like a bug. In so doing, they perverted the Sunwell by using it to resurrect Kel'Thuzad into a lich, a very, very powerful lich. That destroyed the Sunwell. Well, that didn't actually destroy the Sunwell, but it corrupted the Sunwell to the point where the only actual choice was to destroy the Sunwell to prevent all Blood Elves everywhere from being affected by it. They were renamed then Blood Elves in honor of the massive amount of blood that was spilled in defense of their homeland. That is the very, very brief version of Blood Elves. So hopefully that's a acceptable answer. I could see that, Pyro. And that would be kind of nice, too. Anyways, Twilight structures in the Emerald Dreams. Well, there's two answers to that. The first and most obvious answer is, well, it's the same terrain because gameplay limitations. But the second answer is, don't forget for a moment that the Twilight's hammer actually has a presence in the nightmare, since they're one of the primary forces driving the nightmare.
May Elune grant us strength.
We are turning the tides, Leaf Song. We should be able to contain further damage. Much work still needs to be done.
Hail to the night.
Our work in Darkshore is not yet done. We might have stopped the landmass from shattering, but our enemies still have a strong presence in the area. I want you to contact a group of druids at the Grove of Ancients to the south. They are led by an old friend of mine, Balrog of the Claw. Tell them the time has come to take the battle to our foes. I will come to aid them as soon as we stabilize the area. Wow, this is a lot of effort being put into making sure that this whirlwind nearly destroys this terrain. That seems unusual when you think about it, doesn't it? Why put so much resources and time and effort into a very low-value target? Darkshore is not important. It's not that valuable to the Night Elven people. There was a single settlement here. Why would they put so much effort into Darkshore? Now, of course, I know the answer to this, but it's something you're supposed to be thinking about. Little Billy is actually correct. This is a trap. But it's not a trap for us. Come on. Lost. There we go. Okay, we're good. Just think, after this, I'll only have to ride this stupid bike one more time in the future. I mean, don't mistake me, I like having a mount this early on, but man, I'm kind of sick of the thing. How did you even manage that, Burmius? Seriously, I don't see like a go-away minimap option up here. There is quite a bit of lore to it, isn't there? As ever, I welcome questions as I'm going through this, even though a lot of those questions are repetitive. I don't really mind for the most part. Ah, that's true. I was thinking I would only do the bike one more time on my Pandaren, but you're right. I'll be doing the bike on at least 3 more characters. Oh, damn it. Oh, well. So, as you can see, this is kind of what happens when ancients kind of merge together in order to form a greater protective barrier, literally becoming part of their own trees and that kind of a thing. Oh, I don't know, 20% maybe? Maybe 30%? I doubt I'm half. I'm unwilling to consider myself at half until I actually reach Cataclysm's content proper. That's my mental note of when we actually hit halfway point. When I hit 80, we'll do the 85 stuff and start doing Hyjal.
Elune be with you.
If Malfurion placed his trust in you, then so shall I. You'll find that our enemies greatly outnumber us to the south. Where the brute force and numbers fail us, strategy and guile will prove our biggest advantages.
Till next we meet.
To the southwest lies the corpse of a being somehow related to the old gods that the Twilight's Hammer cultists worship. He was defeated before our time, if not by the Titans themselves, certainly by one of their creations. We've noted an increase in cult activity in the area, which can only mean something terrible is amiss. We're going to need to find what they're planning, to do what, there, and why. Take this figurine. It will help you avoid being detected while gathering intelligence.
May the stars guide you.
Yes, Toaster. We're going through the entire game and discussing the lore as we do. It's a lore run.
Ishnu Daldie.
My first concern right now is for the Thistlebear families who call what's left of these woods home. Just to the south, beyond the Bear Shrine, an entire generation has fallen ill. Gruesomely ill. Leaf Song, I don't know what they're suffering from, but it's consumed them from within. But it pains me that a whole generation is beyond saving, but we've got to kill them off so the earth can reclaim their bodies. More importantly, we need to find the source. Investigate the lake they drink from.
Asha Thela.
I am listening.
Our ancestors lived alongside the Blackwood fir bogs for generations. But recently, we have lost contact with their settlements deeper in the forest. One of the larger villages, Blackwood Hold, can be found to the south. Travel there and find Elder Brolg. Ask him why his people have withdrawn for us, and offer your help, if necessary.
May the stars guide you.
So, I know that I've argued the whole why weapons that aren't guns are still used in a setting like this thing a bajillion times. It feels like it's a really common topic on my stream, and not just for this game. I've come up with the perfect answer for you guys. You ready for this? A fantasy setting that uses nothing but guns because guns are superior weapons is a very boring setting to play in. There you go. There's your answer. Bam. Now I know what you're thinking. What do you mean it's a boring setting? Imagine a setting where you can one-shot anything, ever. There's no power levels. There's no individuals of strength. There's just guns. It's the same reason warfare in real life, and forgive me for putting this as bluntly as I can, isn't actually interesting anymore. I stream from about 11 a.m. to about 6 p.m. EST every day, Toaster, with a brief break for lunch. So, imagine a game where where everyone's using Uzis or something like that, and so it's like, all right, you've killed something, and there's another thing dead, and it's dead. But of course, if you get hit by any of those, you're also killed instantly. Because they're guns. Because that's how guns work, basically. Especially advanced guns. So, there's my ultimate counter-argument. Screw it. It's not fun. There you go. Any questions? The stupid thing is occasionally they actually do the one-shot thing. Sylvanas, who is actually one of the strongest individuals in lore, is one-shot by a gun. Bam! What the crap? That is so incredibly disinteresting at that point. Guns belong in their own settings over there, where the setting is designed around guns, or has ways to counteract guns. Guns being prevalent and common in Warcraft would ruin it, in my opinion. What if you can Matrix it? There are ways to balance guns. I've actually, like I said, I've talked about this topic quite a bit. It's one of the reasons I get tired of hearing about it constantly. I know, Hylisk. But I've actually talked before about the difficulties of balancing guns in terms of pure gameplay. And that's really what it boils down to. I mean, ignoring the lore for just a second. I'm just ignoring that for a moment. Try and imagine what an incredible nightmarish hassle it is to balance games. Gameplay, sheer gameplay, around the idea that, you know, I can't think what they're called. The carbines are... what is that gun called? There's a specific gun I use in, like, every game ever. I suddenly can't think of it. What is that thing called? The M4? That might be it. Hello, Alex. Yeah, that's it, the M4. Imagine if everyone was running around with an M4 carbine. Just... balance that gameplay-wise. I'm not saying it's impossible. I am saying that it belongs in its own thing over there. Or maybe it's the M5, I don't know. I just looked it up, it was the M4. Imagine trying to balance that with the rest of Warcraft. Imagine basically having to get rid of axes and swords and all that fun stuff because, well, we've got guns, so why bother using that? There are ways to balance a gun with a weapon, but those ways are not really good, I think is the best possible way I can put that. Now, Takoida, if you can explain to me at all, in any way, how you could have M4 automatic rifles in this setting, in gameplay, and balance that alongside everything else, I am listening. I'm curious how you would do it. Do I need to pay in WoW to play Cataclysm? Past level 20, yes, Alex. Why have you come here, outsider? The elf is right. The woods of Felwood have seeped into the Darkshore and sickened my people. Well, let's help them then. The foul satyr of Felwood have started to introduce their poison to Darkshore, into our lands. Their corruption kills the land and twists the creatures who live in it. My people are no exception. Our magic alone is not enough to bring them back to their senses. There is an herb called the Bear's Paw that we use to break fevers and fortify the weak. With its help, we may be able to break the influence of the satyr. Alright, let's try that.
I'm listening.
I can't do it now. Damn it. Now I can't do it. I failed. I'm sorry. Now, I have actually explained how guns in lore are not super overpowered in Warcraft. I've already gone over that, like 5 times in this lore run. That's why I'm not even covering that. I'm just talking about gameplay element at this point in time. Wow, that's cute. Are those actually... No, those are just chunks of log that have been specifically made to look like a maw. That's cute. I'm like restraining myself from talking about this topic again. I'm just letting Takoida make his case. I will say that for me, the technological and magical balance of WoW makes perfect sense in lore. And that's my opinion on it. And if you disagree with it, that's fine. I mean, that's allowed. We can all have differing opinions on the matter. But, yeah. Yeah, it was so much funner before Zoan. Have you gathered the Bear's Paw? These are poor, weak stalks. But they're all we have. The corruption spreads quickly, even amongst the plants of the forest. Before the Bear's Paw can be used to cleanse the afflicted, it must be completed and blessed. To the north of the village roams a tall strider named Fleetfoot. You'll need its tail feathers to complete the herb. Bring the tail feathers and the paw bundle to the ancient bear statue. You'll find Fleetfoot. At the end of the shrine, blah, 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 blah. Do stuff. Oh god, please don't bring up time travel machines. Please don't. We'll talk about that when we get to Warlords, but this setting does not need time travel devices. Seriously. We really don't need that to be a thing. Oh, right. I need to go get... I must kill you. Apparently. Well, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about with regards to gameplay balance for guns, okay? Anyone out there ever play Cyberpunk 2020? Anyone? That's true, Hylisk. For those of you who haven't, I'll go ahead and spoil something. If you're playing Cyberpunk 2020, and you're fighting a really experienced, aged-old veteran, and you have a gun, and you roll right, you can kill him. One shot. Because it's a gun. And he's a person. Now, that requires a setup of circumstances, but it is kind of an interesting equalizer. That goes true for you, too, by the way. And obviously there's no resurrection, because it's a science fiction setting, not a fantasy setting. So, yeah. You can die just like that. One shot. Bam. Dead. Gone. Because that's how that works. Now, that works in its own setting. That's one of the things that's appealing about Cyberpunk 2020. It is balanced. The whole setting, lore-wise and gameplay-wise, is built around that core concept of you can just plain die. You can just be killed. Thanks to a random bullet shot, right? But something like, say, Warcraft was not designed from the ground up to be built around the idea of you can be killed in one shot by a gun. So in order to actually balance guns out, they have to actually try and figure out how much damage a gun can do relative to how much damage a sword can do. So this is why things are set up so that a gun is no better or worse than a sword or an axe or a bow. In Warcraft, there's really no benefit or detriment to any of the given items or weapons compared to the others in terms of gameplay balance. And I'm okay with that. It basically makes it a cosmetic change rather than an actual stat change. Have you visited the statue? This is exactly what we needed. The bear's spirit favors us all. There may be hope for my brothers yet. With the sacred herbs and the bear's blessing, you must use this herb bundle to cleanse my brothers. The corruption spilling over from the Fellwood has driven them mad, and they will attack any who come nearby. Expect the afflicted to be angry with you. When you have freed my brothers from their madness, return to me. Yes, it will, Draculus. That is correct. I'm very curious what CD Projekt Red is going to do with it. The satyrs of Fellwood have started pouring their hate and corruption into our lands. They have sent Sherax the Defiler to subdue the part of the forest that we Blackwood call home. In addition to poisoning the land animals and plants, he has set up Jadefire braziers throughout the village to help extend his control over our people. So this is actually an interesting quest series because this helps emphasize the danger that the satyrs pose in general. This is just a small group of satyrs. In fact, I think it's literally just 3 of them total. I'm not sure the exact number. We'll find out as we go through here. And just these small number of satyrs are able to completely corrupt an entire Furbog village by themselves. And completely control them. Now, as we've discussed before, Furbogs, unfortunately, are actually very, very susceptible to corruption. Part of their power comes from the fact that they are so naturally connected to the land, which means anything that affects the land affects them more than it would other people. They are also not the first species I've mentioned who have a natural susceptibility to being corrupted thanks to their nature. So, yay, as they say. Anyways, long story short, I'm really, really sick and tired of hearing people bitch and whine and moan about, oh, guns should be the best weapons in the game, and they should have machine guns, and they should kill everything. So, that is officially a bannable topic, because I'm really sick of hearing it. This is like the 8th time this has been brought up just this Lorerun, and I've heard it before I started doing the Lorerun. So this is your warning. Not your only warning, because I'm not that much of a dick, but still, this is your big warning. Moving on. One of the other things that I find hopeful, what I am hopeful for in the Warcraft Chronicles thing, is that we'll actually find out some of the origin stories of some of the other races, the lesser races. For example, how long have the Furbolgs been around here? We don't actually know. They might have been one of the original races, but we literally don't know. I gave you our theories about that when we were going through the Grizzly Hills. You know, it's possible that they actually are from the Loa, or that the Loa is from them, or that they are mutated people based on the Loa. I mean, we don't actually know, like I said. But the Furbolg are not the only race like that. There's also the... there's also the... Well, what were you talking about then, Dakota, if you don't mind my asking? Because I apparently misunderstood your point, if that's not what your point was. Yes, I do, Isaac. We don't know if the where the murlocs came from exactly, or the kobolds. No, not permaban. That's stupid. God, why would I permaban someone for something like that? That's ridiculous. So yeah, the origins of the Furbolgs, the origins of the murlocs, the origins of the kobolds, the origins of the gnolls, the origins of the quillbore. Sorry, Winter. Congrats, little Billy. I assume, naturally, you're going to get the absolute best possible... Right. I should stop killing the guys I'm here to save. I should probably stop. I'm a good guy. I'm one of the good guys. I was wondering why I wasn't getting advancement on that. I was really distracted by the guns thing, apparently. So which one are you getting, little Billy? Or all of them is also an acceptable answer. Come here. No, seriously, why are you here? Yeah, bygones be bygones, guys. I didn't mean to horribly massacre your people. I agree, Dracula's. It'll be interesting to see what they do with Cyberpunk, whatever number they've decided to use. I forget off the top of my head. Now here's a really, really dumb question, Isaac, because I'm not really what you would call a RTS elite or anything like that. So, what did Warcraft 3 do right that StarCraft 2 did wrong, in your opinion, Isaac? Who is the most morally right amongst the Horde and the Alliance? It's funny you asked that, because I've actually been asked that question a lot lately. The answer is neither. Absolutely neither. Seriously. They're both bad. So, yeah. Of course it doesn't, Dakota. Why would it? I mean, really. 2077, thank you. Now, we all know the Horde are actually the good guys here. That's why we actually had to fight against Garrosh, because he was a punk and a bastard. Hey, Max Smith. Thank you, Leaf Song. With your efforts, we might be able to save the Blackwood who remain. You have done well. My people have begun to emerge from their madness, but they will fall back into it if we do not deal with the source of the corruption. The Jadefire Satyrs of Felwood have found their way into the Dark Shore, tainting the land, water, and creatures they encountered. You've seen what their corruption has done to my people and their homes. If we do not turn back the Satyrs, all will share their fate. Well, let's go kill the crap out of them, then. I was going to say, Toaster, there's a lot more than 4 factions of elves. But I would say at this point in time, the Blood Elves have a higher chance of being called morally correct the Night Elves do. So apparently it was just the one satyr. My bad, guys. I'm sorry for going off topic here for just a second, but one of my favorite comics in PvP online was a comic where they're in the bar, they're just in a bar and they're randomly talking about WoW, and some other bartender's like, "Hey, you talking about WoW?" "Yeah." And they start talking about how great the game is and everything's awesome about it, and they discover that the other group's Alliance and their Horde, and they end up actually having a bar brawl over it. Something about that really amused me. There we go. God, my ankle really needed a pop. Including more and more advanced firearms in WoW would be a mistake, in my opinion, ignoring the thing I already mentioned. And here's why. Let's go ahead and say that we have an additional increase of technological progress as far as personal weapons, stuff you can actually equip, right? So you have to come up with a reason for the other weapons to continue to exist, because people want to equip axes. People want to equip swords. People want to... Now, the mage thing, that's a different thing, so we're just going to leave that off to the side. But people are still going to want to use those old weapons. So you're going to have to come up with some lore reason why people... Yes, I know, Doctor. Why people are going to try and advance their technological superiority with regards to weapons without actually having them be overwhelmingly superior to other weapons, which then begs the lore question of why they're becoming more and more of a thing in general, why people are using firearms when, in all overall purpose, they're actually the same equivalent of the other magical equipment they're using. So, at that point, why even bother? Why not just keep things the way they are as of now, you know? I'm not saying you can't have magical guns, that's actually kind of a neat concept, but I just don't think that actually really fits in this setting, at least not overall. Thank you, Leaf Song. You're a hero to my people. Without you, we would be doomed to madness and death. May the bear spirit be with you always. Takoida, okay, I'm done. Drop it, okay? Frelling, drop it. I have actually just gotten a couple of whispers of people complaining about me talking about it. That's officially the line. We're not talking about it evermore. Bam. Moving on. Okay, so... And nobody ever answered my StarCraft question either, so I'm just going to have to let it go, I guess. Wow, I really need to sell. Holy crap.
I am honored.
No, little Billy. Well, at the moment, the weather is kind of nice and breezy, but not as good as it could be. What is... Oh, right. I should...
Good luck, friend.
Any catastrophic meteor showers? Not lately. They're still going to come up in the
Peace
future.
be with you.
Leaf Song, this is terrible. What is that thing, and how did it get there? Something is devouring these animals, physically and spiritually. I had suspected the satyrs or some sort of disease, but this is shaping up to be something unnatural. Something is trying to devour the life on Darkshore from within. I'll ask around to learn more about the thing you discovered in the lake. Meanwhile, we need to protect the local wildlife from further harm. Can you gather some materials for me? I'll need life in all its incarnations. Okay, I can manage
Goddess
that.
watch over you.
Hey, you. Could I have a seed, please? Okay, that makes sense, Isaac, now that I've actually seen your comment. I see where you're going with that. Although it's funny you say that, because that actually goes back to the guns topic we were just talking about. After all, hero units don't really make as much sense in a setting like StarCraft as they do in a setting like Warcraft. where a person who is magically powerful can be more resistant, literally, to physical harm than others. I'm still not sure I would agree StarCraft 2 is average, since I consider it the best RTS I've ever played, but I totally get where you're coming with on that. Did someone else already go through here? Oh, there's one. God. Come back! Come back, Wisp! Come back! Got it, got it, okay. Got it! Whew. Okay. Here's the one for the Horde. You know, Zawan, I think it all comes down to one simple thing. If the dwarves were part of the Horde, like they should be, totally, then everything would be awesome forever. So there's the thing. Now, funny fact, back in Vanilla, this thing, we all assumed it was actually an old god, a dead old god, one of the ones that was actually killed by, the Titans back in the day. Now, we have since learned this is merely a servitor of one of the old gods. You can see the giant sword still sticking out of its skull there. It was actually not this revealed, too. We only could see the very upper part of its skull. The main reason why this has been dug out like this is because the Twilight's hammer have been here specifically digging it out in order to unveil it and do whatever horrible evil things they want to do with it. Because it's the Twilight hammer, they tend to enjoy doing horrible evil things. Warcraft, where they actually... Whoa! Is that a... That's a rare, holy crap. Well, we should have the Night Elves too, but I've already explained that one. Oh, right, I should really be doing this. Why are we digging this thing up anyways, boss? Watch your tongue, worm. You will not refer to Sogoth the Slitherer as that thing, or you'll eat your own heart for dinner. Now get back to work. Your superiors are watching from the outlook, and they do not take kindly to idleness. What races belong to the... Yeah, all races belong to the Hammer. And yeah, it is very ironic. They are the least... they're the least prejudiced and most accepting organization out there other than the Cult of the Damned. This is dire news. If you are correct, we'd best act swiftly. We cannot allow this Sogoth to be brought back to life. They appear to be digging out the remains of Sogoth, the Slitherer. Perhaps more information on the rafters will be present. Ooh. If that's true, Pupcock, then what about female Worgans? Or, dwarves. Or gnomes. Or humans, for that matter. You know, I'm just gonna stop. Moving on. Not that I'm aware of, Gnarlix. Why? Okay. I'm not sure if there are any Worgen in the Twilight's Hammer. They're certainly not one of the common types. Do I need to... Our men are almost finished unearthing Great Sagoth. Is the ritual ready? Not quite. We shall have we shall need a great many offerings of sacrifice before the herald of the old gods roams the lands again. Do not worry. Like I said, our men are almost done unearthing the slithering one. They will make for a suitable and voluntary sacrifice. Sagoth will rise again! I love this, by the way. They have tied chains around the weapon in its skull to set up rafters around it. That's hilarious. That's so wonderfully pragmatic. It makes me smile. Whoops. Shoot. I'm dead. Oh, no. I'm alive. Oh, God. Oh, God. Just run. Just run. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Doop, 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 doop. It's incredibly off-topic, Max. How dare you? Yes, there will eventually be more Primus stuff. And more Rumination stuff. And more Fallout stuff. And I think that's it, actually. It's okay, guys. I will be a sacrifice to help get Sagoth back up. So, here's an interesting factoid. The old gods and whatnot don't just enjoy sacrificing people, although they do enjoy it. But that's not the only reason they do it. Remember that their entire thing is void energy. That's pretty much their primary usage of all the magic and whatnot that they actually utilize. Ergo, the actual sacrificing of life literally is something that creates void energy. And therefore, they literally require sacrifices and sacrifices of life in order to create such void energy. I have no idea, Zoan.
Elune be with you.
Life is powerful, Leaf Song. Concentrated in its purest form, it can overcome anything. Yeah, they're also very parasitic. That is very true as well. Perfect. This is everything. Did you have fun collecting the wisp? I used to chase the wisps around Ashenvale when I was just a girl. I'm afraid I found out what we're dealing with. Are you familiar with the Old Ones? Onu and I agree that the artifact you found in the lake can only be their work, and it's devouring Darkshore. Something is stirring up terrors we thought dead long ago. This is bigger than you or me, but my first concern is protecting the wildlife. Here, this sapling contains the life essence you gathered for me. I believe it can protect the local fauna. Test it out on nearby unconsumed bear, stag, or moonstalker. Let me know what happens.
Asha Fela.
Well, okay then. But first,
I am honored.
this is dire news. If you are correct, we'd best act swiftly and decisively. We cannot allow Sagoth to come back to life.
Good luck, friend.
What brings you here?
Listen, Leafsong, we need to learn more about what we're up against. Go beyond the Master's Glaive. There is a group of dwarven prospectors who are excavating the nearby ruins. Perhaps they've uncovered knowledge on the matter, useful to us.
Goddess watch over
I love
you.
this, by the way. The Night Elves are totally okay with the dwarves digging up their lands, even though they should have worse of a complaint about it than the Tauren did. Oh, did I ding? I didn't ding. No, I didn't ding. I'm not yet leveled. So, no selfies yet, sorry. Oh, beep, beep. No, beep, no. Oh, that's kind of gross.
Greetings.
The sapling you carry grows in power even as we speak. Life is regenerative. Did it work? Interesting. It sounds like our cure will keep the wildlife safe, but you say something else, an angry presence. This isn't a good sign. Whatever is behind this isn't happy, and that means we're on to something. Now that we know our preventative measures work, we should cover as much ground as possible. I've arranged to commandeer one of our hippogriffs, but I can't do this alone. Talk to my friend Orseus next to the Flight Master. Let him know you're ready, and I'll meet you there. We'll canvass Darkshore from the air, and protect as many animals as we
Goddess
can.
watch over you.
Well, for the moment, Toaster, I'm streaming until I finish Darkshore. Then I'm going to get lunch, and then I'll stream until I finish Ashara. At least that's the goal.
Ishnu Allah.
Let's do
Till
it.
next we meet.
To the skies.
Hold on tight. I'll take care of the flying. You focus on the wildlife. Alright, from the air, you should be able to cast your protective ward on whole groups of animals at once. Whee! I have to admit, for a cursed wood, the Darkshore has an interesting aesthetic to it. Hey, Sir Arthur. We are going through Darkshore, and then we'll be going through Ashara shortly thereafter. I was actually debating that, Zawan. There's quite a few different places to talk about the Explorers League, since they're very present in a fairly large amount of the game in general. The updraft from the fires can be fierce. I haven't seen any bears. Alright, that should be it for tigers. Oh, there's a stag. Alright, now I just need bears. The Explorers League is pretty awesome, actually. So Bronn Bronzebeard basically founded the Explorers League. And he basically said, "So, I like exploring, learning new things. Who's with me?" And because Bronn is an awesome guy in general, and a fairly naturally charismatic dwarf, a fairly large amount of people said, "Hell yes, let's go explore stuff." And that's the Explorers League. So, what, you want more? Okay, okay. I think we'll discuss the Explorers League more in Loch Madon. I think that's probably the best zone to really discuss them in. At least if I'm remembering how that goes. Even the Horde loves Bronn. That's absolutely true. That was proven even in Wrath, especially. Well, we could kidnap this dwarf, but it's Bronn. So, let's not. He's too awesome. Why would anyone want to dig up something so horrific? I'm convinced those things are behind what's happening to the animals here. Gosh. The Explorers League does have quite a bit of wealth behind it. But the funny thing is, to my knowledge, they've never been corrupted by that wealth. That wealth usually gets cycled right back into the Explorers League itself. So they make a fairly large amount of money, and then they use it to go find new stuff and explore new stuff, which leads to them getting more money, which leads to them finding more stuff. And so the Explorers League in general is just kind of expanding their forces. There's a reason they are basically a worldwide organization at this point. Loch Madon. I remember a whole quest chain down here about this Explorers League. Am I misremembering that? Because it's possible. I mean, it's Alliance. I mean, who cares about Alliance quest, am I right?
Goddess.
The big bone is probably its nostril. We'll see in a bit. Don't worry. We're going to go deal with him. All right. Now that the creatures of Darkshore are safe, let's turn our attention to the artifact you found in the lake. I believe it's the work of the minions of the old gods. We'll fight these fiends with the very life-giving energies of Darkshore itself. Take the Lifebringer sapling to the shore of the shallow lake to the south of here.
Elune light your path.
But yes, that is Sogoth the Slitherer, is specifically the name of that creature. That's a good point, Dr. Z. And you're right, yeah, there's a huge Explorers League thing, which pretty much covers most of Oldham. Hello. Wow, literally instantaneous respawn. No, de-aggro me. But first, a selfie. Yeah, I actually do need to take a selfie now. Oh, hang on. I want a very specific selfie for this one. Say cheese, Yothal the Devourer. There we go. That's a good point. I think I agree with Dr. Z. I think I will discuss the Explorer League in depth when we get to Oldham, because that really is Explorers League the zone. I mean, it's the Indiana Jones zone, for God's sakes.
I am honored.
I'm afraid to ask. Is the artifact destroyed? What about its guardian? Oh, look at you. That must have been some fight. You're covered in what looks like chowder. If a mere minion could cause so much agony, I can't even imagine the suffering a true old one could bring. Well, at least the animals are safe for now. I'll plant the sapling you created to help rebuild this shattered land. Thank you. I'd give you a big hug, but, you know, chowder.
Go in peace.
God, we might even be 24 before we leave here. We've got one more quest chain to go finish up. And then we'll be done with Darkshore. So, how many of you were genuinely shocked and surprised when you found out about Harrison Jones's teacher in Oldham? And Braskor just completely spoiled it. But yeah, when you found out that, I admit that completely caught me by shock. Just, oh my god. Because it's the whole thing was building him up as this big, amazing, awesome presence of awesome. And then we find out that he's just a kid compared to the real explorer. Which, I mean, is really appropriate, actually. I don't know, I loved that reveal. I actually liked Oldham, though. What can I say? I'm a weirdo. Concurrent with WoW, in my opinion, Isaac. One of the ideas that's been tossed around, and I actually agree with this idea, is the idea of have Warcraft 4 or whatever cover stories that you don't cover in the main game. This is a huge world. And one of the things I keep lamenting is that there's story arcs I'd like to see continued, but they're small story arcs, so they're not really, you know, something that should be part of the actual main game of WoW. Even I acknowledge that. As someone who wants to see those stories continue, putting them in an expansion is just like, you know, what's the point? Because it's you don't have an entire massive expansion where you suddenly develop the character of Bob Joe Mob over here on the side, right? So I think you could use Warcraft 4 to go ahead and have other stories and explore other concepts that are happening at the same time alongside WoW.
What's on your mind?
Alright, so Explorers League. We know a thing or two about this Sogoth. Question is, do you really want to know? The Master's Glaive was site of an ancient battle, Leafsong. The Titans sent 20 of their stone giants against Sogoth. Of those 20 giants, one survived. The tablets say that Kron, largest of the stone giants, allowed himself to be entangled by Sogoth's tendrils, just long enough to be lifted close to the creature's skull and within reach of its mighty sword. It's a good thing he's dead. We don't really have 20 stone giants lying around to stop him again.
Keep your feet on the ground!
The big beards at Ironforge sent me here to check on the Rim Travel's dig the moment they got word of the disaster. Look at it. Precious artifacts washed to the sea. Months of tedious digging undone in a moment. When the tidal wave hit, they demolished the murloc encampments along the shore. Good news? Nah, not with my luck. The survivors are squatting on the shelter of the ruins, and they're doing more damage than the elements ever could. Would you mind getting your waders in and going in and taking care of things?
Safe travels! Hello!
Who are you again? Leafsong? Have we met? If you're here from the League, you can tell them I'm not leaving. Not with my without my find. I had it right in my hands. And then the screaming. And then the wetness. Listen here, who's your name? I documented the whole thing in my journal the day after the tidal wave hit. And I know where I left it. The journal, not to find. Help me find the journal. That's his journal right there.
Be good. How are you?
Underneath Rim Travel's forgetful exterior is the mind of a genius. An enigma cloaked in senility. But I'm not about to give up on the old man. Look what I found in his notes. No, not there. No, that's a shopping list. Look here, on the page where he's trying to figure out what year it is. The disc! We think we found the Titan artifact of some encrypted storage wheel. We were careful unearthing it when the disaster hit, but hopefully it's still in the ruins.
See you soon.
That would be sweet, Malleus. And I'd totally be okay with that. And with integration being the way it is nowadays, let's do it. Let's make it a thing. I've actually commented on Isaac. I personally believe they never will, because WoW doesn't go with character customization in terms of, you know, like that. WoW usually goes for customization of armor with the transmog system and whatnot. What they need to do is expand the transmog system and add sub-races. Then we'll have some real character customization. An awesome character customization. So awesome that I can't even describe how awesome it is. It's just that awesome. I feel kind of bad for these murlocs. In fact, I feel really bad for these murlocs. I could actually cast, but screw that. See you around, Azura. Enjoy socializing. But not as much as being an adult. I do have to admit it would be nice playing a human, for just to use one example. I wouldn't make a human ever, but, you know, it would be nice to be able to play a human who isn't this incredibly buff individual, you know? Whoops, I missed... Oh, there it is. It's right there. Well, the murlocs were kind of displaced by the doom of the shattering, and then they were displaced by the Naga, who are over there. But we'll get to the Naga in a minute. By the way, this is a nice touch. You see how the land just looks like it was shoved up like that? That's just really well done, I think. Right. So I'll go ahead and skip forward for this. So there's this gentleman here you do an escort quest for. And he goes all over the place looking for these various areas where he can find his journal. And he finally comes all the way back to here and he finds his journal. This is where he starts the quest, by the way.
Great to meet you.
Did you find it? Groff wants to clear out of his ruins as soon as possible. Ah, spectacular. Good work. I'm sure Rimtravel would thank you himself if he could remember your name. Look at the surface of the discs, these microscopic etchings. This is amazing. I'm certain the strange wield holds information, if only we could read it. Now we have the disc, a lot of our earlier finds are starting to make sense. Shortly after my arrival, Prospector Rimtravel unearthed what he presumed to be a prehistoric toaster. It's my belief this slotted box is some kind of data reader. Unfortunately, it broke apart and washed away with the rest of our base camp. Can't have gone far. Pieces must be buried under the sand. Here, use my trusted buried artifact detector to comb the beach for him.
Keep your feet on the ground. Well met.
Bravo, Leafsaw. Now let's take a look at our situation. What? More murlocs? I swear on me stones, the more murlocs you kill, the more murlocs approach. Is it just me? We're gonna need to do something new. We can figure this out. We just need some dwarven ingenuity. Think, Gruffy, think. These murlocs are just looking for a home, right? Let's do something constructive. I mean that literally. All sorts of debris washed ashore during the catastrophe, and some of the decimated murloc hovels may still be salvageable. Run along the shore and gather up any building materials fit for a murloc. That's admittedly a low standard.
Safe travels.
We can do this. We have to use the ancient technological device. Oh, goodness. Oh, found one. Found several. Corroded keys. The teeth have all broken off. We also found a broken timepiece. The hand remains fixed at the time Darkshore was fractured. And a brass button. An ancient design with a silvery wing emblem. Also, it's battered and broken, but then again, so are most murloc hovels. I have to admit, I really do enjoy the upped texture thing that I've talked about a few times prior to now. Really, that became a serious thing, a seriously awesome thing from Pandaria on, where it's just really, really noticeable improvement there. Damn it. Ah. I feel so bad for these dwarves. Does anyone remember back when these dwarves were, you know, originally here back in Vanilla? We were helping them to excavate the area because they believed that this was the area where the Titans themselves had fought against the old gods. And as we've learned, they were wrong, but also right. It was the minions of the Titans fighting the minions of the old gods. And they apparently actually made quite a few discoveries in the time, so good on them for that. Yeah, the water was severely improved. In Kata, I believe, is when they improved the water texture. Oh, I love the graphics of WoW, don't mistake me. That's something I've always enjoyed, the aesthetic of it. Call me crazy, but yeah.
What can I do for you?
Ah, did you assemble the pieces? We may need to remove Prospector Rim Travel Sandwich from the ancient data interface. Ah, yes, this is it, isn't it? See, this slot here is the exact dimensions of the ancient disk, just as I surmised. Here's your reward. You've earned it. He appends the device and pours mud and garbage from the slot. Are you ready to meet history? Face to face? Let's see what the ancients have to say.
Be good.
Let's see what this artifact tells us. Man, Titan technology. Holy crap. I knew it. Called up a message. Kill it! Diagnostic. Diagnostic fail. Mother? The site has been compromised. The aspects must be alerted. Amazing. Prospector Rim Travel's done it again. We'll see if Ironforge can make sense of this. Probably not, Dakoita. There's probably still more we can do in the future with that kind of a thing. But I say probably because I'm not creative enough to think of anything myself.
Hello.
Waiting there for you. Well, not much here that doesn't look stepped on, sat on, or soaked in a toilet. But toss a thatch on top and it'll do. Tell me, Leaf Song, do you consider yourself an architect? Hey, War Wager. I know that was not Algalon. Can we build it? Yes, we can. Just west of the dig site, I planted a banner on the shore. The sand is firm and it's as good a site as any. Take me tools and parts that you collected. Build the ordinary pests a place to live.
Keep your feet on the ground.
I gotta admit, this is actually really impressive. I'm amazed that anyone comes up with this in this entire setting, let alone the dwarves of the Explorers League. They first send you off to massacre the murlocs. That doesn't work. So the next idea is build the murlocs a new home so they leave them alone. And as you can see, the murlocs are actually pretty happy about that. It really makes me wonder how much better off we could be doing... Oh, hey, he's doing the dance, he's doing the dance. How much better off we'd be if we just started coordinating with the murlocs rather than abstractly killing them constantly, you know? I mean, seriously. Why don't we just... Yeah, whatever. Give peace a chance, I suppose.
Great to meet
How goes our new seaside condo? That sounds like quite a heap you built there. They take to it? Oh, good, good. See if my plan comes to fruition. Archaeologist Grihoff watches as scores of murlocs stream down the beach, pouring into the hovel from all corners of the compass. Gradually his brows knit together. What have I done?
Safe travels.
What have I done?
And yeah, the dwarf ends up regretting it because it's so successful. I love it. Anyways. What about Zoidberg? I have not tried Black Desert Online. Everything I've seen about it says that it will not be a game I'm interested in, so I haven't even bothered trying. That would be the quest in the Blasted Lands, Mind Blast. We actually worked with the Murlocs a couple of times across the series. We've actually already done so, in fact, in the past, in the Borean Tundra. I used to be able to do such a perfect murloc noise. I'm really sad that I can't anymore. Alright, so we've dealt with the murlocs. We found out that the Titans were here. We need to deal with Sogoth, the Slitherer.
How may I help?
The dwarf's story is unsettling, yet informative. It seems we have a few options
Del
left.
Nadris.
Well, what are those options? We may not have 20 stone giants to take on our enemy, but we have giants of ancient lumber as strong as any rock. Look around you, Night Elf. My kindred sleep. Yet they will heed the Keeper's horn when the time is upon them. You'll find Eros, Keeper of the Grove, beyond the bridge northeast of here. Tell him of the urgency of our situation. Well, that, and I really don't like player-generated content games. I never have. So, like I said, very much not my thing. Eros's body appears to be lifeless, yet still warm. Perhaps his killers are still nearby. The creature appears to have had its skull broken in a fight with Eros. It looks like what you've heard described as a Naga before. It is said that despite their monstrous features, Naga are night elves worked by the arcane magic of Queen Ashara. It seems they've decided to stop you from obtaining the Horn of the Ancients. I like that little introduction, by the way, because not every player might actually be aware of what a Naga is. Hello, Mary. This is a lore run, aka we're discussing the lore, story, etc. as we play through a game. So, hi. Welcome to my stream. I like GMing D&D games, Pyromancer. But seriously though, video games and player-generated content have... I cannot think of any game I've ever played with player-generated content style that I've actually enjoyed. And that's not intended as an insult. It's just, I keep trying. You know, I keep trying to play them and trying to find one that I enjoy, and I've never succeeded.
Can I assist you?
The Naga are in league with the Twilight's hammer. Just what we needed. If the Naga want to throw in their lot with the Twilight's hammer, then may Elune have mercy on them. Go to their lair in the Isle of Nashvale and find their leader. Perhaps the Horn of Ancients can still be saved.
Good luck, friend. Hello.
We cannot let the Naga get away with this leaf song. Slaying the Keeper of Grove amounts to a declaration of war. You'll find the den inside a cave in the Isle of Nashvale. I want you to send them a clear message.
May the stars guide you.
And no, we haven't actually met Naga on a Night Elf up until now. We have met a Naga on Trolls, and I think that's it, actually, prior to this point in time. Alright, time to see what the hell the Naga are up to around here. Of course, it's not actually surprising the Naga are in lead with the Twilight's Hammer, but again, remember, this was all new at the time. We didn't actually know that we had suspected Ashara had made a pact with the old gods, and N'Zoth in particular, but we didn't actually know that. This is the first time this is actually confirmed, and so we actually knew that the Naga as a whole, or at least Queen Ashara's Naga, and N'Zoth were in cahoots one with another. Oh, right, that's the quest I was getting. Yay, Vashir music. I'm really looking forward to playing through Vashir, by the way. It's probably the zone I'm most looking forward to, personally. You know, Darch, I just got the joke you made. I'm like, where is he getting Eris from? Yep, we're going to be 24 before we finish the zone, I figured. We're probably going to ding on this quest. Yes, I have heirlooms on. As as intended, I should say. I don't have good heirlooms on. No, I don't, nor do I have full heirlooms on, because I don't actually have heirlooms for this particular setup. But I do have heirlooms going. I also don't even have a few pieces of gear on, because I just haven't been bothering. Do I have... No, I don't, do I? Ah, 24. That's when I get it. I'll be taking heirlooms off for exactly one quest zone. Actually, excuse me, one entire zone in the entirety of this playthrough. Which should be fun. That's up top, isn't it? No, it can't be. It has to be right here. Oh, that's him. Hey, what's up, dude? You're too late. The relic is being offered to Ashara as we speak. I play the game and I read everything, Origin. I don't know what else to say about that. The Warlord doesn't seem to have the horn on him. Perhaps he was telling the truth. The Warlord said the horn of the Ancients is being offered to Ashara. Perhaps it's not too late to save it. Quick, go! That would be nice, Pyro. I would like that ability. Personally. I think that should be an option. Yes, Dakota. I am still very statted up. At the moment. Yes, Deadwind Pass. That's definitely the zone. No, I am actually referring to Vashir, actually. And given our level, we'll probably already be super over-leveled when we get there. Wait, I already know what level we're going to be. We're going to be 85 when we go through Vashir. So it might not succeed anyways, but, eh. Here's hoping, you know. Heirlooms are pieces of equipment that are designed for alts. AKA, you know, when you, hey, rare. When you're playing a character, you know, your second character, your third character, whatever, that's alt, an alternate character. Heirlooms give you increased experience, increased stats. They're basically the equivalent of wearing blues, and yet dungeon blues, I should say, specifically. And yet, they always scale to your level. So, you're always well-geared. You're always actually over-geared, basically, relative to what you should be. So yeah, they level with you. For example, you'll see here my helmet is actually a level 20, or excuse me, a level 23 helmet. Because I am level 23. Make sense? Ding. Speaking of which, so now I can actually show you, it's now a level 24 helmet. And the stats change accordingly. And of course, they come with bonuses like, usually increased experience gain, to help speed up the leveling process for people who've already leveled before. Quick, gotta get the ding. Got it. So this is Queen Ashara. Except she's not voice acted and she has the wrong model. But we'll just pretend this is Queen Ashara. Who dares oppose Queen Ashara? You will soon beg for a swift death. It's over, Ashara. You and your Naga will return to the bottom of the seas where you belong. Ah, Malfurion Stormrage. I'd hoped to keep you occupied for a little while longer. It was my goal to keep you away from Hyjal while my allies attacked. It would seem I have succeeded. I've no need to fight you, for it appears I've already won. You cannot stop our attacks on Darkshore and save Hyjal at the same time. She's not lying. Nordrassil is in danger. I must make haste and prepare for Hyjal's defense. It will be up to you to use the Horn of the Ancients and stop Sogoth's return.
May Elune grant us strength. Hail to the night.
The Ancients of the Grove have come to our aid. I can see through their eyes even as we speak. The Twilight's hammer has been forced to hasten their ritual, and thus have only managed to resurrect a remnant of Sogoth. Destroy it before it's too late. I am needed elsewhere. Return to the Druids of the Grove when this is all over, and they will direct you further. So I'm hoping that whenever we actually get a model for Ashara, that model gets updated. They usually go back and update older models. Usually. They don't always. Garrosh is a good example of someone they never went back and updated his older models on him. And yes, she did. Ashara was never known for her intellect. I'm serious. She's not that smart. Magically gifted? Sure, she's one of the most powerful mages ever to exist. But not smart. Anyways, so yes, that was the trap I referenced earlier. The entire point of all of this, the whirlwind, the Twilight attack, the claiming of the elementals, and the resurrection of Sogoth, this is all literally just a ploy to delay Malfurion, because their actual goal is to take out Hyjal, which is a far, far more valuable prize. Again, like I said earlier, why attack Darkshore? There's nothing here really valuable and worth putting this much time and effort into. No. Yeah, it's because they aren't actually interested in Darkshore. They're interested in Malfurion. Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not hugely fond of Ashara either. As a character. The only thing I like about her is the whole thing about her illusions making her more beautiful than she actually is. That idea amuses me greatly. Oh yeah, I should probably blow the horn. There we go. Help me! Help me against this elite I'm totally not capable of taking out. No, the Matrix was never squicky for me, nor was the Matrix 2 or 3 or anything like that. The Animatrix was actually squicky for me, though, at a few scenes. There we go. Welcome back, Braegwyn. Just in time for us to distrop Yogg Soggoth. Or, I mean, Soggoth. Just Soggoth. Well, here's the way I tend to think of it, by the way. Voldemort. Voldemort was brilliant when it came to magic. And I would argue he's the most talented mage that has ever existed in that setting. And yet, he was an idiot. And it was, in fact, part of his character that he was an idiot. So, most games try to reason this out by having high int, low whiz. In other words, very, very intellectual, but only in your specific field, or not really knowing how to apply it properly. Some settings and some fictions do a good job of explaining that, and some don't.
Greetings.
Alright.
Goddess, watch over. How may I help?
We can finally rest here now, Leafsong. It appears Darkshore has been saved, and we have you to thank for it.
Elune, light your path.
Darkshore may be battered and broken, but thanks to you we have achieved some amount of safety here, some amount of peace. We've a lot of rebuilding to do. You should continue on, friend. Garrosh has pressed the full might of his disgusting horde against us in Ashenvale. They will kill all of us and chop the forest clear if we don't step forward to stop them. If we are to have any hope of not losing those forests entirely, we'll need your help. Follow the road to Ashenvale.
Be careful.
Dun 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 dun. But we aren't actually going to Ashenvale. Heck with that. We got other fish to fry. So we're going to be shutting this off, and I'm going to go get some lunch. And then I'll be back, and then we'll do Ashara. I hope you will join me there when we get there. And if you won't, that's okay too. So I'll see you in a bit, guys.